Hello, 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 everybody. It is December 7th, 2022, and it is 8:08 p.m. where I'm at. I am later than normal. I had a busy day, guys, but I am still here. So we are going to do this. Welcome, everybody that's here. Great to see you. We're going to talk. Plenty to talk about, as always. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to be here. Good to have you here. Come on in, guys. Get comfortable. Let's talk. What's up? What's going on, everybody? How we doing tonight? Good to see you guys. Good to be here with you guys. Come on in, guys, and take a seat. Get comfortable. All right. Oh, my phone's got to charge back up. Yes, Joy, I know I'm late. I had a crazy day today. I had stuff going on. Hello, Miss Gina. I don't know why you said it was saying that I was scheduled or something. I didn't schedule anything. I just clicked. This thing's doing its own thing for whatever reason. It's making its own rules. Kind of crazy, guys, but whatever. I'm here. I'll give it some time and let everybody jump on in. Get comfortable, everybody. Good to see you guys. I missed you guys. Hope everybody's having a great day and had a great day so far. Let's see, who do we got here to see this evening? T2014. Welcome. Good to have you here. Of course, my little brother. Strike first, strike hard. No mercy. None. Good to see you, bro. Miss Joy Perry, thank you so much for joining us. As always, it's a pleasure, my dear. Of course, my sister, Miss Brandy, thank you, my dear, for joining me. And of course, Miss Gina Satilli, thank you so much for joining us, my dear. So great to have you here, as always. Who else do we have? Cool Gamer, welcome. Good to see you. It's great to have you here. And looks like the Dago's in here. Wonder who he is. Must be a new guy. Miss Linda Pindar, good to see you, my dear. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let me see, guys. Give me a moment to get things rolling. I'm happy to have you here, Miss Gina. We don't get to see you too often because you're working and whatnot. And I'm trying to make it to where I can do more evening streams, I promise. Thank you, Miss Brandy. That's appreciated, my dear. Very much. All right, guys, let me see. I was trying to reach Miss Elisa, but let's see. It's probably... let me see. 9 a.m. It's like 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon there. She might be busy right now, and that's okay. I'll miss her if she can't make it, but that's okay. Aw, Linda, I'm so sorry to hear that, hon. I'll be saying prayers for you, that's for sure. And Pualani Casey, I hope I pronounced that correct. Thank you. I very much appreciate that. Congratulations, Miss Gina. That's awesome. Good for you. There she is. The sweetest lady on the internet. Miss Cece's in the house, everybody. Welcome, 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 my dear. So great to have you here. That's great to hear, Gina. So you got less than a month? Pualani. Okay, good. Good. I try to say people's names best I can. I know mine was always Slaughtered, my last name was. So good. I'm glad I did that. That's awesome, Gina. That means you'll get to spend more time with us. Isn't that true? When you retire, that'll be awesome. Might have to put Gina on staff. She'll be doing all sorts of stuff then. There you go. Come on in, guys. Get comfy. I bet you can't, my dear. It's about time. You've worked your arse off for years. Time for you to do you now. Relax a little bit. That's awesome. All right, guys. Still fighting this crud, whatever it is. This doesn't want to go away. I'm on my second round of antibiotics now. Oh, I'm sorry, Linda. You warm them hands up somehow. Ooh, excuse me. Come on in, guys. Get comfy. Warm up. Warm your hands up, Linda, please. Please, please. I got Brandy in here. I was hoping to see Heather, but she must not be still feeling too good. She worries me. I don't want her to be getting too sick here. I miss my Heather. As I miss all you guys when I'm not here. I just haven't seen her in a few days. I guess I'll send some. Yes, welcome, Bulani. It's nice to have you here. I believe you're new, so it's great to have you here. Linda, damn, I'm so sorry. Is there anything that you can do for that? God, stuff is getting so expensive, you guys. Welcome, Miss Jean Polimus. Good to have you here. Okay, I get it. Let me get my phone out of here. Give me a minute, guys. I got to share this out real quick. I'm sorry. Bear with me. I like that name, by the way, Pulani. That's pretty. Is that Hawaiian? Pulani or Samoan, maybe? I finish work tomorrow until 4 January. Awesome, Linda. Good for you. You need a break, my dear. You need a break. Uh-oh, Miss Cece with the first super sticker. Thank you, my dear. Give me one moment, please. Okay. Pamela Gribben, good to see you. Welcome. What's up, Fupa? Thanks for joining me. Christy's in the house. That's awesome. Seabreeze, what's up? I am live. That's right. Thanks for joining us tonight, guys. Talk about cold. I have my garage set up to be half an office with my computer and stuff so I can smoke, but I have heaters. Well, I hope you're not too cold out there, Gina. I hope not. All right, I got that shared out. All right, give me a moment, everybody. I'm getting everything rolling here. Please have patience with me. We got to give it some time to get some peeps in here anyway. That is a really pretty name. It is, honestly. Does it mean something specifically, Cece? That means heavenly flower. I see it. That is so pretty. That's awesome. Well, welcome, heavenly flower. Good to have you here. All right. Again, thank you so much, Miss Cece. As always, with the first super sticker of the night. And we're off and running, guys. Thank you so much. Come on in, everybody. Come on in. Hang out with the Dago and the meatball crew. How's all the meatballs doing tonight? Hope you guys are having a great night. You too, come on in. Don't ring the doorbell. And you too, come on in, come on in, come on in. Whoa, 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 whoa. You gotta leave the horse outside, bro. Can't be doing that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Nah, not really, Christy. I'm on my second dose of antibiotics. Trying to keep this crap out of my lungs. Well, thank you for that. That's a big kiss. That was nice of you. Whoever that was. Somebody snuck a kiss on me. How about that one? Thank you, Miss Cece. That's so appreciated. So appreciated. Come on in, come on in, come on in. Grab your drinks. Get what you need. Have a seat. Let's talk. And Miss Gina with the super sticker. Thank you so much, my dear. So much appreciated. But he's your CNI horse. I don't know, bud. I guess we can let him in. I guess. We'll see. As long as he sits still. Oh, but you got to leave the elephant outside. Sorry. Can't have it. I don't have the room. And Miss Cece with the super sticker. Thank you so much. Boy, you guys are just generous tonight. Thank you guys so much. So much appreciated. And there's my brother on the mics in the house. Ready to get in the sauce. Let's do it, guys. Jump in the sauce with the Dago. Let's hang out and have some conversation tonight. Good Lord, Linda. My granddaughter has a blood infection. How do they sort that out? Do you know? A lot of blood testing. You're just having some bad luck this week, Linda. That's horrifying. I will definitely be praying for you, my dear. Again and again and again. Good Lord, I'm so sorry to hear all that. Come on in, everybody. Get comfy. You got a CNI piggy, huh? Alrighty. Whatever it takes, guys. Bring who you got to bring, I guess. We got the horse, the elephant, the piggy. Let's see. And my loud ass phone. I don't know. We can't have too many people or too many animals in here. It might get a little crowded in here. It's been bad. I'm so sorry, Miss Linda. I am so sorry, my dear. I mean, it's awesome to see you. But, yeah, she's definitely going to have to probably stay in the hospital. I agree. They're going to need to run some blood tests and so on and so forth. I'm right here, Miss Vicky. I am right here. -6, Pamela. That's crazy cold. Good Lord. Crazy cold. And there's Seabreeze with a super sticker. Thank you so much. You guys are on a roll tonight. That is so awesome, you guys. I love you. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's amazing. You guys are awesome. You guys are just awesome. Miss Brandy, guys, just so you know, is now at her 1 month as a member of the Meatball Club. Congratulations, Miss Brandy, on your 1 month. That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, I appreciate that, Seabreeze. Just so you know, I appreciate that with all my heart. And I love you. You know I do. I absolutely do. And I really do appreciate that from all my heart. It's bad, Polani. It really is. I don't know where you're at, but I'm in Ohio and it's bad here. It's bad everywhere from what I can tell. Everybody's getting this flu and this respiratory stuff, this RSV. It's not good. It is not good. Why is my phone going insane? Oh man, Miss Brandy, thank you so much. You guys are amazing. I swear to God, you are. Thank you, Miss Brandy, with a super chat. And yeah, there it is. Boy, we are rolling. Yeah, it's been rough. This is not fun for me. I promise you that. 10-hour wait in A&E. Jeez. And it was using iPhone, iPad, so gave me at work to get paid tomorrow. Can you all? That's okay, Seabreeze. I appreciate you so much. All of you guys. Honest to God. That's crazy, Linda. I'm sorry to hear that. God. Yes, Miss Gina. Wait, is that another one? Good Lord, you guys. Thank you, Miss Gina. Wow. You guys are amazing. I'm telling you right now, you guys are amazing. Thank you, guys. I love it. You guys are just too much. And Vicky, good Lord. You guys are making me blush. What's going on? What did I do to deserve you? And I love you all just as much, Gina. I appreciate you. I'm telling you, I really do. You guys are so awesome. It's catchy. I guess so. Wow, you guys have no idea. That's it's definitely going to help with my Christmas for my family. It really is. And I'm telling you, that's coming from my whole family. We all appreciate it. We really do. Good. Uh-oh, Nana's in the house. Everybody behave. Watch what you're doing. I'm telling you, Mike. I love you guys. Cece, again. You guys know I love you, regardless of these chats and stickers. I do. And you guys are just. I can't even explain it, you guys. I love you guys to death. Thank you so much. And is that a cat? That's a cat. I love cats, of course. Thank you, Miss Cece, once again. Cheeseburger money. This is going to be Christmas money if it comes in time, guys. That's what this is going to be. Good God, with this phone. What is going on? That's crazy. Wow. You guys are absolutely the best community in this entire planet. I'm telling you. Gina, damn. Thank you again. Good Lord. There we go. Yes, you are. You are always here for me. You guys always are. All you guys. You guys are absolutely effing, without saying it, amazing. Yeah, I know. And Miss Linda. Come on now. Linda. Thank you so much, you guys. Wow. Absolutely amazing. You guys are killing me. I haven't even been able to breathe. Unbelievable. I love you guys so much. You have no idea. This is really going to help with our Christmas. It really is. My wife is going to be just ecstatic. Thank you guys so much. You have no idea. It's okay, Kitty. I understand, hon. I know you're way over there, so it's got to be late. I'm so sorry, hon. Well, thank you for jumping in real quick. It is great to see you, Kitty. Every one of you guys always does for me, and I can't even stress to you how much I appreciate you guys. Not as much as I love you guys, brother. I'm telling you right now. I tell you guys this on a regular, but if it wasn't for you guys, I don't think I'd be sitting here doing this stuff. And you guys give me a reason to want to motivate and do stuff, guys. I'm telling you. Wow. Thank you guys so much. You guys are beautiful people, as always. Always. I have the best community on YouTube, I swear to God. And anybody can argue with me all they want. I don't care what they say. Don't care what they say. Well, like I said, I just hope you guys understand how much I do love you guys, period. I mean, that's all I can say as far as that goes. And how important you guys are to me. Not, and again, all of this aside, with the super chats and stickers and all that stuff, all that aside, that's just like the icing on the cake. But I do. Yeah, I tried to open that up, bro. The whole thing that you sent me. What is going on? What the hell? What was I gonna say? I can't open it up. Strike. You might have to send it in a different way, like to my email or something. I clicked on it and it wouldn't. It gave me that error message and it said this site does not exist and blah blah blah. And I tried to click it again and nothing happened. So I don't know what the deal is with it. If you can, like I said, you have my email, I'm sure. If not, one of the mods, or well, you're a mod, you should have my email. Then I would think, but you should be able to click on it and send it to my email. I'll definitely cover it, bro. I told you that. Um, yes, Linda, I do have that. I did finally get my PIN number. Everything came in fact. And they're stating, where is the paper? Supposed to be getting between the 21st and the 26th as payday for YouTube. So we will see you guys. And I think so much of you guys, Linda. I mean, I really do. I classify you guys when I talk about my family. You guys are right on in there. Welcome, Mama Bear. So good to see you tonight. So good to see you. What is going on? Mama Bear, good to see you. Good to see you. Merry Christmas. Yes, Merry Christmas to everybody. And again, guys, we have a new subscriber, a new family member here. If everybody could, please welcome Pualani. I believe she's new. I have not seen her before. Pualani Casey. So please welcome with open arms as we do with everybody. Again, it's so great to have you here. I appreciate you jumping in with us. And we just like to, well, you get to see. If you enjoy it here, are you kidding me? Mama Bear, what'd you do? What did you do? Damn. That is absolutely. I don't even know what to say to you guys. You guys are gonna make me start crying for real. Thank you, Mama Bear. Thank you so very much. Damn it. Wow. Wow. Merry Christmas to you, my dear. Thank you so much. I can't open up things in Chat Strike. I'm not allowed to do it on here for whatever reason. Maybe one of the other moderators might be able to open it up in there, but I can't. It doesn't allow me to do it. You guys are just crazy, amazing people. Beautiful people. Well, that's great, Polani. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And we appreciate having you here. I hope you enjoy everything. Um, I hope you enjoy being here, I should say. Like I said, I don't, and I probably don't have to explain this to you, but I do. I explain it to everybody. I have three very basic rules in here, and they're very simple and very basic. There's nothing extreme about them. My first rule is just, please just treat everybody with respect that comes in here. Don't come in disrespecting anybody or anything like that, which I'm sure you wouldn't. My second rule is to never, ever disrespect a lady in here, please. I have a very, very, very low tolerance for stuff like that, name callings and things like that. I just don't like it. And then rule number 3 is to refer back to rule number 1. And then I added a fourth rule, and that's for all of you guys to just enjoy yourselves in here. That's all. Yeah, if Brandy can open it, and then she can send it to me. That would work. That's all. I try to promote positivity in here as much as I can. That's really it. And I'm a true crime true crime. Oh my goodness, I am a true crime channel. I also delve into the paranormal. I'm a certified paranormal investigator as well. I delve in some of that stuff here and there. We haven't really got to get into that too much because there's so much of this other stuff going on. And we do occasionally have just for fun streams, I call it. We're planning on doing one for Christmas where we just kind of hang back and listen to music and talk and do whatever. Sometimes I'll just have I call it a BS session where we'll just kind of hang out and talk about whatever. That's about it. But that's what goes on in here. If you haven't been in here too many times, Filani, that's really it. If you ever have a problem with anything, you can go to any one of my moderators as well as myself. I give links in here to contact me at any way, shape, or form via Twitter, my email, and or phone number. I don't know. I think my phone number is still working well up here. I don't know what was going on with it the other day. But you can reach me at that number there on the bar if you need to talk about anything in particular. That's pretty much it, Lonnie. So it's great to have you here. Okay, Brandy, thank you. Thank you for that, CC. And welcome, Daisy. Good to see you, my dear. Thank you for joining us tonight. Oh, man. Let's see here. Let me check and see if that came through that way. Yeah, that's the same way I got it before, Brandy. He sent a DM, sent me a DM too, but it. Apparently not. Oh.
If you are part of the LGBTQI community or you're an ally, you need to share this because it's not good. And trigger warning, these are some very disturbing things that are coming out directly from the Department of Homeland Security.
Hold on a minute. Brandy, can you send it to my email, please? I can't pull it up on the computer unless it goes to my email for whatever reason. It's stupid, but good to see you too, Daisy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Well, thank you, Polani. I'm glad to hear that. Like I said, they're not really rules. It's just basically the things that I have going on in here just to keep this the way it is. We don't like having drama in here. Um, Long time ago, when I first started, I used to be a drama channel, and I don't like it. Um, yeah, and so therefore, this is what I actually love doing, and that's why I'm doing it. And I try to keep the drama out of here as much as I can, the trolling and stuff like that. There's always going to be haters, but it is what it is. Uh, but welcome. It's so great to have you here. It is. Anybody jumping in? We do have a new subscriber in here, Polani Casey. Please welcome her. I believe you're a her. I hope. If not, my apologies. But welcome her with open arms, as we do with everybody, guys. Very much appreciated. Yeah, if you can send it to my email, I'll open it up real quick right now, and we can check it out, and then we'll move on from there. Right. I get it. I get it, Poopa. What's happening, Shandy girls? Welcome. Good to see you. Love to know more, but oh no, it's okay, Nana. Whatever time you can spend in here, I'm perfectly grateful for that. You don't have to worry about that. Never have to explain. And that's one other thing too, Polani. Just so you know, you never have to apologize for not being here, for being late, or any of that. Please don't. Like I said, life, real life comes first, and that is priority. Okay, this is not that important. Do what you got to do. Don't ever worry about being late to streams or any of that kind of stuff. You guys don't have to know. You guys know that, but ah, JS and Philip. You know what, Breeze? There was another guy that was brought up a while back by the name of Philip Koch. Kock, I think his last name was. That's kind of interesting. And JS, well, we know what name that stands for. That's quite interesting. And a thank you for the super chat there. Sea Breeze, once again. You guys are so damn amazing. I don't even know what to say to you. Hold on a minute. Yes, we are. This is a very friendly stream, very friendly channel. Um, my shows are usually just very calm, relaxed. Sometimes I get angry at some of these law enforcement agencies. That's about as angry as you'll see me get, though. Yeah, it's a fact. We are family. There's quite a few others you probably won't see tonight, Polani, because they can't do the nighttime streams. There's a lot of people from overseas, and they're way in bed. So I usually do my streams in late morning, early afternoons. It's odd for me to be on here this hour, so if you're available, it would be great to see you in the mornings too. Yeah, I had heard the seen a name a what ways back by the name of Philip Koch that got brought up. So I don't know. I can't bank on that one. But we have broke it down to at least one person that we believe as could very much well be responsible. It won't let you send it in. Damn it. Okay. I'll work something out. Don't worry. Guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back with you. Okay, Miss Linda, no worries. No worries at all. Oh, okay, Izzy. I'm sorry to hear that. It's great to have you here. Thank you all for being here while you were. Yeah, we were gonna look at that, Vicky, for sure. They are looking for a 2011, 2013 Hyundai Elantra. That is a fact. Oh, yeah, it's just, feels like there's something sitting on my chest. Yeah, I caught that, Fupa. A couple of the psychics I have, believe it or not, guys, I've actually gone in there and listened to some of that stuff, and I've seen that, yes. Excuse me. I wonder where Lisa's at this evening. 1 second, everybody. I hope she's okay. Every time I don't hear from her, I automatically get nervous. Let me check and see where she's at. And Heather, I haven't heard from her in a while. I hope she's doing okay. Uh huh. Yes, have a great night, Izzy. Sorry it's late. I'm going to try to be on here in the morning too. I'm going to deal with a couple of things, but. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Shoot. Said the girls let him in. Yeah, see, that was. I had heard that too. That they actually let him in, and then he went crazy. Well, I'll give you guys this if you haven't seen it real quick. Yes, Daisy, I agree. Very possible.
We were.
Here, let me show you this here real quick. This is pretty new. Okay. Okay. Right. Let me know if you guys can hear this, please.
We're watching some of the video earlier today of investigators at the scene of that house on campus where those 4 University of Idaho students were found stabbed to death now almost a month ago. Okay, this was the scene. Many investigators there with that U-Haul truck were taking some of the personal items of the victims that belonged to the
Thank you,
victims,
Brandy.
and they were returning them to their respective family members. And we want to get an update on this story right now, too, because
Okay, hon, thank you
police
so
have
much.
just announced that they are looking for something that might assist them in their investigation. We're going to be joined right now by Live Now's own Andy Mack in our newsroom. Okay, Andy, fill us in. What are police looking for, and why did they make this announcement now?
Well, any news in this Moscow case
We're gonna let Molly know.
saying that students there is big news, and we're getting news that they are looking for a potential car and the occupants in it as they are looking for. We had an update from the Facebook page. As you can see, they're hoping to speak with the occupants of a white 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra with an unknown license plate. Tips and leads have led investigators to look into additional information about a vehicle being in that immediate area of the King Street residence during the early morning hours of November the 13th. Of course, the Hyundai Elantra, you can see there, just a stock picture, as investigators believe the occupants of this vehicle may have critical information to share regarding this case. And as you know, what police have told us is that these 4 victims were stabbed between 3 and 4 in the morning. The 4 students They returned just early morning hours of this November 13th in this residence in Moscow, and it was between 3 and 4 that they believe they were stabbed. So
I wonder who that car belongs to, guys.
Of those potential car, that white Hyundai Elantra. Of course, we saw this earlier today, so we followed both of these cases here today. They were over 2 hours packing up the belongings of 4 murdered Idaho college students, including 1 victim's pink cowboy boots. Moscow Police Chief James Fry and at least 6 other officers were in this residence early this morning. Officers could be loading that U-Haul with plastic bins, boxes, and a white office chair, and also artwork. Fry told reporters at the scene that they had removed, quote, some of the things the family wanted and other belongings that were there, end quote. So certainly a couple new developments we're getting here out of Moscow, looking into that Hyundai.
Yeah, those tarot cards have some really cool
if you were in the car or
designs and stuff on them.
Who might have been in a car like that in Moscow, Idaho, on the early morning hours of November 14th. Moscow police are asking for your assistance, as it's been nearly 3 weeks and we have no suspect or suspects or even motive in this very tragic case. Andrew?
Yeah, Andy, so the information they posted, they offered both an email and a tip line phone number. That phone number, 208-883-7180, if you have any information. The viewers have been following along to this story ever since it happened here on Live Now. We've been speaking to our reporters there in Moscow. There have been such few details, scant information released by police. We've been hearing, though, from the family members of some of the victims, from some of the parents. We've been showing, the vigils that have been taking place, as this community is just still in shock because there is such little information at this point.
Welcome,
in time.
Satin B. Good to have you here.
Little tidbits here. I think this is quite large, quite major. They're looking for this vehicle. We don't know why, but as far as this investigation and this story goes, this is as big of a development as we have got.
Correct, and they usually.
This is really the only thing we've ever gotten from
them. We've only seen a couple press conferences, but like you said, this is one of the bigger tidbits of information. And again, it relates to the car, the white Hyundai Elantra, but also the time frame in which this car might be in that area, as police believe the stabbings occurred between 3 and 4 in the morning. So they're looking for this car that may or may not have seen possibly a suspect. So they're hoping to get a break in this case with what the occupants of this car may have seen on those early morning hours back on November 13th.
Yeah, it's interesting because we know that they towed away all the cars that were in the parking lot of the house itself. So police are not saying where in the vicinity of the house on the street they think this car might have been, but they want it nonetheless. Andy Mack there in the newsroom here on Live Now. We appreciate it. We'll check in again. Thanks so much.
Well, there it is, guys. The only piece of evidence that we have.
3.5 weeks later, a killer
that we have gotten on this case, at least coming out of, from law enforcement. We've gotten other stuff via other sources, but we are looking forward. This car, we don't know that. Yeah. Right. I wonder if they ever thought to look at the body cam footage until after people were talking about it. There's a white car in it. It looks like a... What? Okay. What are you talking about, Pualani? Where, give me a little more details on that, hon. I don't think so, Miss Brandy. I know that Kitty sent me some stuff. I got all sorts of stuff, guys. In fact, hold on. It's actually hard to keep up with all of it. The 3 a.m. police call. Oh, the one in the Banfield, the alcohol-related call. Yeah, we went over that one. What are we talking about as far as it's in the Discord? Okay. Let me see. Where's Squirrely at? Or did she already find another stream? Yes, it is. 3 a.m. is definitely the witching hour. I'm looking, Miss Brandy. I don't see it, hon. found it last night. Oh, all that stuff you guys found. Yeah. I don't know if it'll let me go back that far. There's a white car driving by the house in it around the same time the lights went out in the top of the house. Oh, where is that? Do you know where that video is, Pilani? Or is there a video on it? Yeah, I can't find that stuff, Brandy. It won't let me go back that far. Damn it. Yes. Oh, it's okay, Molly. Don't worry about that, hon. No worries. No worries at all. It's okay. I didn't know if you got it. That's why I was giving you the extra special notification. What's happening, stranger? Good to see you, bro. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is something else I was gonna pop up too. Oh, okay. What was the name, Brandy? I remember seeing it this morning, but I can't remember now. Here, let me put this up for you guys to watch while we're figuring it out. Riley, or thank you. Like I said, I've had a long day today, so please bear with me. My apologies. All right, here we go.
Still on the loose after 4 University of Idaho students savagely stabbed to death in the middle of the night, with police pressed for answers from a frightened community. Many wondering, is the case going cold as investigators work around the clock to try to provide answers? Good afternoon to you folks. JV here with you live on WFLA Now. Of course, we are talking about the stabbing deaths of 4 University of Idaho students. We have been talking, of course, about Ethan Chapin, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Kaylee Gonzalez. All, of course, 20 or 21 years old. A tragic story that has been unfolding at the University of Idaho. And as we cover this story, you just heard there in our package from News Nation's Brian Enton, and Brian Enton will be joining us in about 20 minutes from now for kind of the latest as where things stand here today, this Wednesday. You heard him say that investigators are hoping that witnesses come forward with information, that witnesses provide something that will be the break in the case. But what if witnesses don't ever provide that break in the case? What if witnesses don't have the information that police are desperately seeking, investigators desperately seeking to provide justice to these 4 families and to the University of Idaho community? What if evidence is really going to be the key to this case? Well, great that we have expert.
Miss Linda, you have a wonderful rest of your evening. It's so great to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us, even just to stop in. I hope I will be praying for you. I hope your husband is doing better. As well as did you say it was your niece or your granddaughter? I have to go back and check. I'm sorry. Somebody else mentioned their niece, and somebody said something about a granddaughter. I didn't want to get him crossed. Either way, I'll be praying for sure and sending good vibes your way, Miss Linda. We love you. Please get some rest and stay warm. Please stay warm. And we will talk to you soon. We love you. God, I turned my phone and it still goes. Why is it going off like this? Have an amazing night, Linda. I hope things get better. And again, like I said, we will all be praying for you. Okay, I'm turning it down again. Sorry about that, guys, for stopping this.
From the University of South Florida, joining us here live on stream. Professors Peter Massey and Thomas Heislip joining us, taking time out of their day to join us. And Peter and Thomas have very specific focuses and different focuses, and that's why it's great to have them both here on live stream. On the live stream, good afternoon to you both, gentlemen. Peter, why don't we begin with you? Explain to our audience here your background and what your special focus is when it comes to the very, very vast field of forensic sciences.
Sure, thank you for having us. My background is I was law enforcement for 20 years. 10 of that was processing crime scenes. Educational background is in forensic science, so I kind of mix both the scientific aspect of it as well as the scene aspect of it.
Terrific. Thomas, yourself?
Yeah,
Yes,
I did.
granddaughter.
I spent 23 years with the federal government, split between the Secret Service and the Department of Defense as a special agent. And for 22 of those years, I focused on cybercrime investigation and digital forensics.
Okay,
And that's what I now
Lonnie.
teach at the University of South Florida.
I'm sure that both of you have been following this case with great interest, because really folks and experts in the field of forensic sciences have been following this case across the country. You don't have to be in Idaho, of course, to know about the stabbing deaths of the 4 University of Idaho students. Let me just give you both the opportunity. I'll throw you both up here on screen to speak in general about what you think of the case at this particular stage as we approach now a month with a killer still on the loose.
Hey,
Thomas,
Juki, good to see you. Welcome,
All right, thanks,
welcome.
JB. I think my impression
I don't know
initially
about
now
being
is
popular,
that,
but
and Peter can speak more of this in a moment. The traditional.
I know I got a beautiful community, so
a smoking gun after scene, and that's why I say in a while. But the digital forensics will hopefully lead to potential clues.
yeah, guys, make sure you hit that like button, please.
Peter,
23 of you guys in here.
You've been following the case.
That's why you guys aren't
I'm
getting
sure to an extent,
notifications,
what can you
I guess.
provide as far as what you've been witnessing here from the university?
From what I understand, because it's not staying in the correct algorithm. I know you guys hear me say that all the time. I guess if we hit the like button and it gets tagged all the time, then it'll go into the right algorithm, I guess is what it is. I was reading about it like this morning, and I guess that's why some people aren't getting their notifications. At least that's what YouTube says. How true it is, I don't know. But if you just hit that thumbs up for me, guys, I appreciate you so much. Good deal. I think he's out of the country, personally, Strike. That's just me.
South Florida.
Well, 2 things. One is obviously, we care about the families. We understand the trauma that they're going through.
Yeah.
But from the forensic side, what we need to understand is it takes time to run these examinations at the laboratory. There are other crimes or other cases that are coming in, so we still have to deal with that as far as the laboratory goes. So in time, we're going to get some answers, but it is going to take some time.
I'm very grateful to have you both because, again, going back to what I was just talking about, ideally, in a perfect world, a witness comes forward, sees something.
All right, Miss Cece, thank you so much for all you do for the channel. We love you so much. And if we don't see you, I will miss you, and we will see you soon. Have a great rest of your evening. Please be safe and don't work too hard tomorrow. And again, we love you, Cece. Have a great night, hon.
Something, a friend, a family member, somebody has some key piece of information that breaks the case. But if it doesn't shape that way, as so many other cases do, if it actually does come down to the evidence, it could be physical evidence, which, of course, Peter, you are an expert in as far as crime scene and crime scene reconstruction. Thomas, you're going to be able to speak to us a little bit about digital evidence. And in addition, that body camera video that I'm going to ask you about here in a minute from the 911 call that came overnight. But I want to bring up some video here. This is video from the, you're about to see it play here on your screen, from the crime labs in Idaho, the state crime labs. 113 pieces of evidence have been collected, or I believe more than 113 pieces of evidence now. When it comes to Peter processing what has been described at great length as a very complex and difficult crime scene, you're talking about a 3-level residence, not just a residence that is home to, of course, the people that live there, but as far as Ethan Chapin's relationship, him being the boyfriend, of course, of one of the students as well. And then, of course, it's a college residence. You have people coming and going, the people coming over either to study or to party, have a good time, to play video games, whatever it might be. A lot of traffic coming in there. So in your estimation, how complex of a crime scene do you believe this to be?
Oh, this is going to be amazing. The amount of work that needs to be done by the law enforcement community in this case is overwhelming. You have at least 3 separate crime scenes that he test, if not the vehicle, anything else that came out of there. So it's going to take a long time to finish. The other thing that you mentioned there, JB, was it's a college home. There are people coming and going all the time.
when we start to look at biological evidence, the information is it foreign or has that person been to that house before? And that's something that the investigators are going to have to filter out.
Let me ask you this. You just mentioned a little bit how long it's going to take, Peter, to process this evidence. There's this later, but immense amount about how there's been this perceived fracture as far as the trust between law enforcement and the community and the families of the victims here. We'll get into all that in a little bit. But people, I think we live in a world where people want answers sooner rather than later. It's been described by some in the field of forensic sciences as the CSI effect, where you watch TV shows and you see how quickly it can all unfold within an hour with commercial breaks. It's not that simple as far as the timeline, of course, but as far as this complicated crimes being that flat, what through all this evidence, it's
realistically, months
No worries,
would be
Gina. Take
an
your time.
appropriate time frame, not weeks. If we get into the years, then we're talking about a cold case, and we need a lot more information going forward. I'm not so sure we're going to get to that point.
Was kind of a
but
that was kind of a mess.
It is going to take time, and people need to
I'll be honest with
understand
you guys.
law enforcement wants to solve this case yesterday just as well as the community does. But they're
I'll be honest with
also responsible for doing it the right way.
I'll be honest.
And that ultimately this may end up in a...
Good Lord. I'll be honest with you guys. When I saw the blood that was dripping on the foundation, that told a whole story by itself. That gave me chills, guys. It stood the hair up on the back of my neck, because that told me how bad this was, and it's just bad. Just bad. This is like one of the most, and I like I said before, I've been on scenes. I've seen things like this. Not to this magnitude. I'll be honest with you. Okay. I've never seen anything with this. Oh, okay. Busy. Yeah. When I saw that, the hair stood up on the back of my neck, and I just was like, oh, you get those goosebumps, you know what I mean? And I was like, good God. It's bad. It's a bad situation, you guys. And again, I've seen bad situations, but nothing like this, you guys. Nothing at all.
Courtroom, and the I's have to be dotted, the T's have to be crossed, and as you said, JB, the community is much more attuned to all of this type of investigation because of television, media, and the such.
Let me take the same question over to you, Thomas, because obviously the processing and analyzing of physical evidence versus digital evidence, there's obviously so many different factors at play. But we know that there are probably mountains of digital evidence, most of it probably, I'm sure, circled on each one of the victims' phones. And also, too, I'm sure if there's any persons of interest, and we have to be very careful with labels, because when it comes to suspect persons of interest, there isn't really anything tangible to go on in this case based on what, of course, investigators are saying. But when it comes to these phones, social media activity, cell phone pings, is it realistic as far as expecting results sooner than physical evidence, or is that incorrect to think that way?
It's incorrect to think that way, JB. You can get some quick.
There you go, Gina. That's the way to do it, my dear.
Minor things. So if you had the device, like a cell phone, you can
Where's Squirrely at?
The social media.
I thought she'd be in here.
But
For
to look
sure.
at the bigger picture, it's going to take months. The same as what Peter said for the physical evidence, and a lot of that comes down to, if you think about the digital footprint, is a term we teach. Everything you do online, you're leaving breadcrumbs and potential evidence. We have to collect all that and put it together. Well, to collect that, you have to be court orders, subpoenas, search warrants to multiple entities, to the ISPs, to the email providers, to the cell phone providers. Send them to get the court order, send the court order, get the return back from the company, and then analyze it. And they can take weeks to a month to get that data back to you. And so you're waiting on that data to come back, the data you'll have immediately on the device. And so, yeah, months is a realistic time frame.
So similar to waiting on DNA test results. It's not just because it's digital and just because technology has advanced so mightily over the last couple of decades. It's not instantaneous. They could still be going through digital evidence even well beyond Christmas, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean,
I showed the video on it, Gina. I haven't gotten into it like heavily.
All the emails on the phone, there could be stuff stored in servers.
Love it.
You have to send a search warrant to that email provider to get that data.
Yeah, I
from
did
them.
the video
They
on it,
still
G,
waiting
and that
to
was
receive that
all.
data, and I didn't have it yet. And then when they get it, it takes time to analyze it.
They don't really have any
multiple accounts,
too much
from
info
email
on
to
it.
social media.
Sadly.
You gotta ingest all that, analyze it, do it properly.
I can
And
re-show
that's
you the video. So
Something,
if you
it's
missed
something I've
it.
always wondered. With how high
Not a
profile
problem.
of a case, this is without question the most high profile murder investigation in the country right now. If you are a cellular provider with particular data on the cell phone and ping locations, if you have forensic data on an email, or if you're a social media giant like TikTok or Facebook or Twitter and you have this information, do investigators have an ability to expedite the process to get some of that data back faster from some of these?
That
Oh,
again,
sorry about
college
that.
kids
I bumped the
live
wrong
that
button,
way as
guys.
well. They don't
Sorry.
lock things up. And you're in Moscow, Idaho. You're not in some high.
Hold on, I hit the wrong button when I got up. I didn't mean to do that. Here, let's go back.
Email
Here we
providers
go.
collect their data, and it just keeps, every step time delay.
Let me bring everybody back on screen here for a second. You see the hashtags are on your screen. We're going to be trying to take as many questions and comments as possible on this live stream for about another 5 to 10 minutes while we have Peter and while we have Thomas.
Sherry.
We also have Brian Enton, of course, standing by. I'll ask our moderators, of course, on our social media platforms to, again, encourage our hashtag system as far as getting a comment displayed on screen. Before we start to go to some of the comments, a few about one particular note that I find very interesting. No broken windows at the residence, no signs of forced entry or busted door. What does that inform you as a crime scene expert, a crime scene reconstruction expert, about what transpired the night of November 12th and November 13th at this residence in Idaho?
Well, one thing that comes to mind is, having been to college, we locked our doors. We didn't leave our doors unlocked. So there was access 24/7.
Hey, squirrel.
Back in the day. I tend to think that, again, kids live. So I can see if that's not the case and nothing was left open, then it obviously is indicative of somebody who knew somebody in that house and was freely admitted into that home.
We have a question coming in from Brittany on Twitter, and it says hashtag hey JB. I don't know exactly what she means by releasing, but she says, when does law enforcement plan on releasing the crime scene? And I guess what she means by that, right now there's still crime scene tape up around the house. It is still obviously an extremely important asset as far as the investigation is concerned. But a lot of questions, of course, pertaining to the house. What do we say for Brittany's question?
Well, look, unfortunately, there's no time when the answer is going to be when they're done. and when they checked and double checked and triple checked. You brought up, JB, this is a high profile case right now. Everybody's eyes are looking on it. So as far as the investigators go, they also have eyes being viewed upon them. So they're going to check to make sure that all their evidence is collected. Like Thomas said, if you jump down that rabbit hole, maybe they're finding some sort of biological evidence there and they need to go back into the house. As long as they hold that house, the search warrant is good. If they give up the house, they have to go back and get another search warrant to get back into the house for additional evidence. So the short answer is when they're done.
Peter, we're looking here at video of the vehicles getting towed away recently in the last week. Also, as well as at video there, I think you're going to see here in just a moment, brown bags being taken, I think just in the last several days. They're still obviously collecting evidence from the house. Does that surprise you 3 weeks after the murders took place, or is that kind of status quo for forensic investigators?
It is surprising that it is this long. But as I said, they're double checking everything. This is such a high profile case right now. We have such young individuals who have been brutally attacked and killed. So again, it's a matter of doing it the right way.
Give me a minute, guys. I'll be back.
And when they're done, they're done.
Sorry.
Yeah, Love is asking here. Love a Scorpio. #KJV. Why weren't the cars taken off the property immediately? Peter, do you have any ideas as to why the cars were left? I mean, it might not be a primary focus of the investigation, at least in the days, the immediate aftermath of bodies being discovered in the house. But do you have any answer as to why the cars it was so late as far as them removing it from the property?
Yeah, I think go along with exactly what you said. That's not the primary scene. The primary scenes were inside, so there's really no rush to pull those vehicles out. And I don't know whether they did some investigating inside before it looks like the snow came. They did anything at the scene, or if everything was towed out and investigated, at an impound lot or a secure facility. But there's really no rush for that.
Let's continue to ask for your questions and comments on screen as we have, again, Peter Massey, Thomas Heislett joining us from the University of South Florida, forensic experts in different ways. Peter focusing on crime scenes, Thomas focusing on digital forensics and cyber crimes. Let me ask you guys this question as far as the amount of pressure that is on investigators at this stage. Social media, online sleuthing, all a component in how people are analyzing this, and in doing so in real time. How difficult is it for the forensic investigators and really just detectives in general to be able to tunnel vision and focus in on just the task at hand while blocking out all the outside noise? And when I say outside noise, I'm not even just talking about people tweeting and people sharing TikTok videos. I'm talking about even, members of the victims' families have been very critical in not getting more answers from law enforcement. They're not being this open channel of communication. They have spoken in interviews with News Nation and some other media outlets saying that they are frustrated with this process and how tight-lipped it has been. So all the pressure, all the noise, all of the criticisms that are taking place and coming in from multiple directions, is it difficult to block out the noise, or are you so honed in on the task at hand that you're just focusing on getting justice for these families? Thomas, why don't we start with you?
You can block out the noises you say from, say, third parties on Twitter, but the problem where you get the pressure as an investigator is from your internal agency, the government, the district attorney's office. You have elected officials you're reporting to, and eventually, up the chain, they're getting a lot of pressure, and then it comes down to you, and they're looking for you to solve this as quick as possible. And well, you can stay focused and work your case that the way it needs to be worked. You're well aware that everything you do is being watched, and the pressure is on because your bosses are getting pressure from the political people above them. So it's a challenge. You just have to stay the course, because the one thing you can't do, and Peter mentioned it early, and this is on any investigation, but especially something this high profile, you get pressure and you make a mistake, and then they catch somebody, it goes to court. Well, what if that person now goes free because of your mistake, because you fell to that pressure? So that's why you just have to block it out the best you can and push forward. But it's not easy, and there is a lot of pressure, especially in something this high profile.
Peter, what do you think?
Yeah, to tag on to what Thomas said, the pressure is coming from above. The agency that you work for, agencies that are involved, are getting pressure from the media, are getting pressure from the family, and are getting pressure from those above them to solve this case. And again, as Thomas said, we cannot afford to make a mistake. Let me just say one thing about the families. This is a great situation to show the value of a victim advocate, that person who is the liaison between law enforcement and the family. We cannot share with the family every bit of information for fear that they may go public because of whatever. So, again, we feel for the families, but we also have that job to do, and it's that very fine line between what we can let the families know and what nobody needs to know until we get to that arrest.
There's obviously been a lot discussed as far as the communication between all of these parties that are in play here, and I'm talking about, of course, the victims, starting with the victims' families, and they just wanting justice, and really more than justice eventually, but answers to begin with. Of course, then you have just the public. You have detectives and the investigators that are working this case, and then you have reporters like us that are prodding for questions to, of course, make sure that we have something to report on a daily basis. I want to ask you both this question as well. Peter, you noted it a short time ago, talking about how this is not a community, nor is this really a state in general that is used to there being high-profile crime. Other states might be different, but I can't remember too many mass casualty incidents, murder mysteries unfolding in the state of Idaho. It's just not something that is really something that is all that occurs all that often. So when we're talking about the resources available, and there's been so much made of the state labs in Idaho, so much made of the local police department, the resources, the staffing, what they have to use to actually to pursue justice in this case, the physical resources and then the manpower. Is the state? Let me start with this question: is the state lab in Idaho similar to a state lab across the country? Are all state laboratories, as far as forensics and the technology that they have available, it's not uniform. Not all 50 states have the same state labs. They're obviously all unique and all have, but how different is it? And do you think that that's a challenge? Peter, why don't we start with you?
Sorry, guys.
No, look, the Idaho State Police lab is an accredited lab, so they meet all of the qualifications, all of the certifications as any lab in any other state in the country. So they have everything from A to Z at their disposal. The difference is they don't have the size, they don't have the throughput that a larger lab in a larger community or a larger state may have. So they reach out to federal partners. What can the FBI do? What can ATF do? What can some of these other federal agencies do to help out? And they are there. The FBI is involved. Other federal agencies are involved in this case. So to the credit of the Moscow police, the university police, the state police, everybody, they've reached out to seek that guidance and that help.
Thomas, I want to ask you a question that I actually just got direct message to me, and it comes from Ginny, and I want to read this on screen if I may, just because I only have a couple more minutes with both of you gentlemen, and I have to get to Brian Enton, who's going to be joining us here in just a moment. Question from Ginny Tranter: do you believe that law enforcement would check the Wi-Fi device history at the crime scene house in Idaho? And she says, I'm not talking about.
Tyler Rodney's case got me kind of twisted, Mike. Summer Wells' case really got me twisted, shaken up per se. This one, though, it's there's something different with this one. I don't know if it's because of the way everything was done, or if it's just because there's not even a clue as to who it is, with police at least. That's what I think has me shook up on this, and that this person is still out there. That's what I think it is with this scenario. I get it though, bro. I do. I get it.
Internet search history. She's talking about like specific, just overall. I think it's a very long message and it's very well thought out, and I don't have time to read it in its entirety. But how detailed? Let me try to sum up the question. How detailed and how granular can they get when it comes to the examination of the Wi-Fi data that came from the house, the internet connection to the house specifically?
Yeah, I'm sure they pulled the routing cable from the Wi-Fi, from the Wi-Fi router. You can show all devices that have connected recently, any that are were currently connected at the time, any that may have a static IP reserved for the devices, which can then be tied to their MAC address, which you can then figure out who the manufacturer was, where it was sold, that kind of stuff, what kind of device it was in. So I'm sure that was not an initial step, because initially they're going to.
Hope you're having a good night tonight, Popper. Thanks for jumping in, brother.
But as they've been on the scene this long,
I hope you're not working yourself too hard.
Yeah, the routing cable from that router was pulled. All the information for the other devices that connected by Wi-Fi were also collected.
And following up on that, that asked Peter, not to cut off that conversation, Thomas, as far as the digital capabilities in Idaho, I would imagine that it's similar across the board for them as far as the information and technology that they have access to as far as proceeding with this investigation digitally, correct?
Yeah, I would imagine. I can't speak for the Moscow police, but the larger departments in the state, are going to have people trained in this and know what to do to collect digital evidence. And they're also going to rely on better partners to help.
And the FBI being involved too just makes it even that much more, just being able to use them as a resource and anything that they can do to provide technology, staffing, manpower, so on and so forth, correct? Is the FBI's involvement obviously extraordinarily encouraging. Also, though, I would imagine frustrating from a public standpoint, because once the FBI gets involved, it's pretty much clamping the door shut on any comment to the public and releasing any sort of form of daily updates or getting the PIO standing in front of reporters and providing a daily press conference or anything like that. But the FBI's involvement, certainly a good thing as far as the technology and manpower that police have and detectives have available to them in this case, correct?
Yeah, it's really good. The big thing is the extra manpower, right? They have task forces, they have regional laboratories, they can set aside other cases, have them focus on the data from this case. And you know, as Peter said, the big limitation for the smaller cities, smaller departments is the manpower, where you can now pool the resources through the FBI to keep this stuff processed faster.
Folks, we have to say farewell to both Professor Massey and Professor Hyslop. Before I do, you guys each have 30 seconds to just talk about what you're going to be monitoring from, of course, your vantage point from a forensic science standpoint as this investigation unfolds in Idaho.
If I'll go first, I'm waiting to see some of the DNA, the biological. Sharp force injuries usually lead to the perpetrator getting hurt. I'm waiting for the DNA evidence.
Me personally, I'm waiting to see the cell phone tower data. If they can identify a different ping from a different person who's normally not in that area, with, you know, from the data, it can provide leads to them for them to investigate.
Thomas Hyslop, Peter Massey, experts in their respective fields and in the world of forensic sciences. Can't thank you guys enough for joining us here on stream. Really appreciate your time and your expertise. And a big thank you to the University of South Florida, USF, our neighbors here in Tampa Bay, for, of course, providing us with a direct link to Thomas and Peter and them providing a little bit of a glimpse as to what might be going on behind the scenes for investigators in Idaho. Peter, Thomas, thank you so much.
Awesome. I thought that was actually kind of interesting, you guys. In my opinion, I'm kind of a dork and a nerd. I like that kind of
Welcome
stuff.
to the news at 10. Police are removing some of the belongings.
It was interesting to me, I should say. So yeah, definitely an interesting little bit of background on what forensics does, stuff like that. Sometimes it's good to know. Some people don't care about it. It's always been interesting to me and how forensics and all that stuff works. Okay. All right. Hack it out. Whatever you're doing. You know what? This dog kills me. Welcome, Carol. You good now? You sure? Okay. This dog will do that. You guys hear this hacking all the time with him. Nothing ever comes out when he does it. And the vet thinks that it might be like a heart problem with him, which is weird. I've never seen that before. It always sounds like he's hacking something up, but nothing comes out, and he constantly does it. Thank you, Miss Brandy, so very much, my dear. Appreciate that. You got to do that sometimes, Mike. You got to take a break, bro. You got to give yourself a break. I mean, I can't say much because I haven't done it myself. Yeah, I can definitely. Hold on a second. They want to see you. You gonna do it again? Yep, there he goes. You got it? Go get a drink. We do this all the time. Hold on, let me see if I can show you guys. Don't mind my mess. Let's see if he's over there. See him on the back of my couch sitting over there? He's getting up now. Shake it off. Go get a drink. Go on. Go get a drink. Go get some water. Go get a drink. Go on. Go get a drink. Go on. He's like a cat. He has to lay on the back of the couch. Go get a drink. Okay, or just stare at me. Whatever. Sorry, guys. Yeah. There he is. That's the Oscar. He hasn't got kennel cough. What the heck is kennel cough? Cardiomyology. Yeah, that's kind of what the sorry, the veterinarian had said, or cardiomyopathy. Yeah, I know. He makes a lot of noise, doesn't he? And I like, hey, Oscar. He's half deaf too, by the way. Why don't you go get a drink? Okay. Yeah, he does it a lot, though, guys. Like you've heard him twice, 3 times. I mean, you guys, I don't even hear it anymore half the time because he does it so often. I've had him checked out and put him on medication. No, he eats. He doesn't now. He's never really eat. Like we got a call coming in. Let's see what we got, guys. Yellow. Oh, all right. 1 second. Hello. You're on the line with the Dago. There you were. What happened? I'll call you back. That was weird. I'll give you a call back. 1 second. I think it was Gina. 1 second. That was weird. Why did it just hang up? Unless somebody bumped the phone. Let's try it again. Hello?
Call from Gina. To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Hello. You're on the line with the Dago.
Hey, when you showed me your dog and what the noise and everything, I have 4 chihuahuas, and mine do that.
Okay.
And it's what they determined was basically, I just saw it in the chat, reverse cough. And when one of they all make different sounds, but they all basically do the same thing. But when they really start doing it and don't stop, if you rub real gently under their, like where our Adam's apple would be,
Yeah.
it'll stop them. Yeah.
Okay.
And as soon as I seen that, I was like, oh, all 4 of mine do that. So, the biggest thing is what my vet told me is to make sure that they do stop because they can go into a seizure while doing that.
Really?
So when I heard that noise, I was like, oh, I gotta call.
Okay.
Yeah. How long has that dog been doing that?
Probably about 6 years.
Okay, so its whole life basically, or pretty much.
Well, he's 17, so for the past 6, maybe 7 years, I'd say. And it's gotten a little bit worse, but it's about the same. Shit.
And their larynx, their throat, the skin inside gets real thin also, because we've spent, I couldn't tell you how much money with extra, because I thought one of my dogs were dying. It just would not stop no matter what we did. We carried it around.
Mm-hmm.
We tried to occupy her, did everything, it wouldn't stop. And so we did x-rays and stuff, and they said that the inside of their larynx in the back and stuff gets real thin. And a lot of times it causes them to have what they call reverse cough, and there's also kennel cough, but it's just in the small breed. When I seen that small breed, it's very common in the small dog.
Yeah, he's a Pomeranian Chihuahua mix. So
as soon as I seen him, I was like, oh, I have 4. But yeah.
Right. No, I've never see, that's weird because I even asked the vet, I said, is there anything we can do to stop it or slow it down for him? He was like, well, you can refer him to get some water, this and that, but he's never said that to me. And this is the doctor. So I'm glad you guys are telling me this. That's crazy. He should have told me that.
He should have. I have one that's 9. I got one that's 6, 4, and 2.
Mm-hmm.
But the female does it the worst, and she seems to have worse fits when she goes into heat. I don't know why. The doctors don't know why. But when she gets close to being in her cycle,
what?
she'll have it really, really bad.
Now, you know what I did notice with him? Like, believe it or not, as old as he is, he'll go through these, like, he didn't do it for a long time. And then he started doing it again. My wife calls it zoomies, where he get all like hyped.
Yeah.
He'll get all hyped up and he'll start running around. And like when he gets excited like that, he'll do it more often. So it's like he's like worked up and then it happens. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I love the zoomies, but the older they get, especially in your dog, just watch them closely because I don't want to scare you, but I had one that was 15 years old and had the reverse cough as well. And the older he got, the worse his got.
That's what's happening with him too. Yeah.
And he did pass away while having a fit. And there was nothing we could do to prevent it. It's just what these small dogs. Unfortunately, Chihuahuas are prone to it.
We've been, we kind of watch him when he does it because it has gotten progressively worse as he's gotten older, and he does it more than before. It would just be like a and he was done, and then he wouldn't do it for like 2 days. And then it started to be like once a day. Then it was twice a day. And now he literally does it like, well, you guys just saw how often that was twice, but sometimes he'll do it and he'll stop like immediately. And then he'll do it like he just did. He did it right again after that. One night he was laying here doing that. And nobody even told me about that rubbing thing. I was doing that like on his chest down here. Probably wasn't high enough, but and I was like patting his back because he kept doing it over and over again. Then he finally, I thought something was going to come out that time, but because he like kind of like cacked and then he stopped, and then he was fine the rest of the night. So I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's because their bodies are small that they're prone to doing stuff like that, and as they get older, like their throats have a tendency to shrink.
Well, that, like I said, in their throat, in the back of their throat, it gets thinner, and the thinner that it gets, the more and more that they're going to do it. Now, one of my males does it when he's happy. So it's like, are you serious?
When he gets excited, okay.
When he's happy, he'll just, we call it quacking.
Yeah.
Because it sounds like they're quacking.
Sounds like a duck, yeah.
And yeah, so one does it when they're happy, one does it when she's in heat, one does it just to do it. We thought, okay, are you doing this for attention? It's the weirdest times. So imagine I have 4 of them, and then they all will start going, and then it's like, oh, geez. So I get it.
Wait, they all go at one time?
Yes, they will get each other going, yes.
That would drive me nuts. That's got to be crazy.
They do. I'm just like, are you serious? But no, when the vet told me that, and we just started rubbing, under their throat.
Right.
And, and it calms them down, and they'll go, oh, one real hard time, and then they'll take a deep breath, and then they start to calm down. Yeah.
And you know what, Crime Report? That's funny because I thought the first time he did it, I was in another room, and I'm like, what the hell is that? I didn't even know it was the dog. And I'm looking around, and he comes trotting by me, and I was like, was that you? And my wife was in here. It's the first time we'd ever seen him do it. My wife was in here laughing her ass off. She was like, what the hell was he just doing? I said, I don't know. I didn't know that was him. She goes, yeah, it sounded like somebody was getting sick. And I said, I know. And she goes, is he okay? And I said, he seems to be fine. He walked right by me and went to the door.
Yeah, if you've never experienced it the first time, it's something definitely you'll never.
Oh, right. Yeah, it was weird.
It's the same way. Yeah.
And it does. I can only imagine what you go through. It sounds like you got a house full of ducks if they're all going at one time.
Yep, I got ducks. I mean, we've always been humongous dog owners.
Like,
We've had St. Bernards and Dobermans and stuff like that. But when she was younger, brought home a stray
3.5 weeks later, a killer.
It was the most intelligent dog I have ever had in my life.
Right.
So we got addicted because they have bad names, you know. They
Yeah.
do bark. But,
Yeah.
they are very intelligent, very smart. They listen extremely well, and I'm impressed with the Chihuahua breed only because I've never had a dog as smart as this little guy. You know, my little guys are.
Right.
So,
well, this one.
I was,
This one has been through hell and back. Like I said, he's 17 years old. The first 2 years we had him. Miss Carol, have a great night. Sorry that I didn't get to really talk to you, Carol, but thank you so much for jumping in here. We appreciate you. He got hit by a car, and we thought he was done. We were coming home from school, or we were coming home from. I was coming home from work, and I had picked my wife up. And I'm coming down the road we lived on, and I seen the kid standing in the middle of the road in front of our house, and I'm like, "What's going on?" And she's looking. We're both looking, and we were, I don't know, probably a good 100 yards from it. And we started pulling up on it. And I'm like, "It looks like there's a squirrel in the road. Maybe a squirrel got hit." And they were looking at it. And as we come up on it, yeah, it was him. And I'm like, "Oh shit!" And I knew how my wife was gonna. She jumped out of the car before it stopped running. And I'm like, "Honey, let me pull in the driveway first." So I jump out, and he's just laying there. So I told my son, and it just happened as we were coming down the road. And I told my son, I said, "Run in there, grab me a blanket real quick." And he did. And I'm like checking his pulse and this and that. And he still had a pulse, which was weird, but he was not moving. He was not responding to anything. His eyes were closed. It was just, or no, his eyes were wide open is what it was. And I'm thinking, okay. And I told my wife, I said, "Honey, just go over there. I don't want you to see this like this." Because this is her dog. I mean, 100% her dog. And so they brought me the blanket, and I wrapped it around him, and I picked him up, and I went and sat him up on the porch. And we had 2 of those stoops that go next to your stairs. And I'm sitting there, and he's laying there, and I'm rubbing him, and I'm like, patting him and this and that. I'm like, oh, man, this is going to suck so bad. And all the kids are sitting there, and they're crying, this and that, and everything else. And I'm thinking, like, how am I going to do this? And I'm, like, petting him, and he was still warm, everything. This was crazy, you guys. And I'm talking to him, and I'm like, "Hey, buddy." And she's bawling her eyes out. She's kissing his head and everything. And he was still young then. He was probably 2 at the most. No, he wasn't even 2. He was like a year and a half. And I'm sitting there, and I moved my hand. I petted him, and I went to rewrap him with the blanket. And he just popped up, and he looked at me, and he looks at her, and he looks back at me, and I'm like, "What the hell?" He scared the hell out of me. I almost fell off the stoop. And the kids were like, "Look at it, he's awake and he's alive," and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, what just happened? And he must have been in shock or something because he got hit in his head. Yeah. Welcome back, Squirrel. Yeah. And he starts running around, and he's all hyper and bouncing around and this and that. And I noticed that his snout was crooked. So we took him to the vet, and the vet checked him out and said, "He's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with him." They x-rayed his head. They did this, they did that. There were no fractures. There were no nothing. But like 6 months later, he did it again. And this time he ran into the car. See, what we used to do is we kept him in the house, or we would keep him on a leash. Well, there was a dog that was kind of like him that lived across the street that was a female. And when that door would open, he would bolt, and he wouldn't look, okay? And he would run straight for her. Well, this time there was a car coming down the road. Thank God she was going slow. He ran up on the bumper, up on the hood, over top, and jumped off, and he bounced his head off of it again. So we took him to the vet again, and the vet said, "There's still no fractures. There's no nothing. Everything's good, but watch him." Well, then about 4 years later, he starts doing weird things like walking into walls, and he started having seizures on and off, so on and so forth. And then we took him to the vet, and they said that he may have caused some kind of brain damage, possibly because he didn't respond to us with the trainings that we had taught him, like he knew what we were doing anymore. And it was just little by little it started happening. So it's like, okay. So, but he's been really healthy for 17 years, besides those things. He hasn't had any worms or nothing, knock on wood. This animal has been beautifully healthy. And at his age, to be that age for his breed, the vet keeps looking at him like, my God, how is he so He was like, you guys have done very well with him, very, very well with him. And I said, well, we feed him a good, good food. He gets plenty of exercise. He always has. He's not, you can tell he's not a fat dog. He's not,
No.
but even though lately over the past 2 years, he's done a lot more sleeping than he used to, but normally he'll go out and he'll run around and do this and do that. So, I mean, I got to say that we were blessed. He's been a very good dog. And he's been very good with my grandkids. They beat him to death, pull his ears, yank his tail. He's starting to get a little bit like nippy now, so we have to teach them to not do it. Excuse me, but still, I'm
That is an outrageous age for that type of breed of
that's what
dog.
the vet said. Yeah, he said they usually don't go. He goes, that breed, especially the combination of the two breeds, he goes, you're lucky if you'll get to 9-10 years maybe with that breed. He goes, and you got 17 out of this one. He goes, whatever you're doing, keep on doing because you're doing good. And I said, well, that's good to know.
Oh, yeah, my baby is, they call it a blue Chihuahua.
Mm-hmm.
He's not actually blue. He's black, but he's got blue eyes. So that they're rare. He's my baby.
Right.
His name is Anubis. He's my pride and joy. He goes everywhere with me. But the other ones are just rambunctious and crazy and keep each other, occupied. So we just keep getting more.
Yeah, right.
I was like, we don't need any more.
Well, we found my friend owns there's a toy store comic shop downtown where I live at, and he owns it. And his niece works down there, and it's the cutest thing I ever seen, you guys. I swear to God. And I swore I would never get another small dog. Never. But this thing, full grown, is this big. And he's a Chihuahua. His little head looks like a golf ball. These little pointy ears. And he bounces when he barks and stuff. He's so cute.
Yep, they have toy Chihuahuas. They have little big
He
ones,
is. Yeah. He's a toy. That's what she said. And he's got this little tiny little bark. It's beep, 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 beep. He's cute as can be. He's really lovey. And my wife seen him immediately, and she was like, I need him now. And I said, well,
yep.
And I asked.
Now, my little guy, he's overweight because he's spoiled. Well, he's going on 9, and, I spoil him, and I'm like, you're going to think I'm crazy, but I fear the day that I lose him. I'm like, because they're not supposed to go past that 9 age.
Yeah, right.
And so I'm just like, okay. But they say he's really healthy and he's doing good. He's just a little overweight because I spoil him.
Right.
But
Life, Love, and True Crime. We give him. It's been a combination of a couple things. He's always been into the kibbles and bits, the soft version of it.
Yeah.
And then my mom got me. I can't think of the name right now. It comes in a roll. You get it at Walmart, and
Fresh Start?
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Every I think once a month we will buy that, and we'll give it to him for like a week, and then we go back to his kibbles and bits too. And the vet said that it is it like cleans him out. You know what I mean? Keeps his system fresh and clean.
Mm-hmm.
And then he loves his kibbles and bits. He's very finicky with that. So that's why we give that to him. And he'll eat that Fresh Start stuff. It's kind of expensive, but once a month we give that to him, and it cleans him out, and he's good to go. And that's that. So
I feed mine the exact same thing. We do the kibbles and bits and the Fresh Start. Now, I have a I give him lots of treats.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem. We get the little roasted turkey Fresh Start treats and bacon bits and stuff like that, and I'm not supposed
little
to do
hot
that,
dogs.
but I can't help it.
Well, my wife has a tendency that she'll stop when we buy, because we have the 2 cats too. So we buy, and they eat 15 times the amount of food this dog eats. I can buy a little bag of the kibbles and bits like this. Okay, it's like a 20. I think it's a 10-pound bag. It literally will last me for a month, you guys. No lie, if not longer. And then we buy the 25-pound bag of cat food, and that's gone in a week. So,
yep. All right. Well, I'm gonna get off here. I just had to. When I seen the dog, I was like, because when I heard the noise, I was like, that's why I said, can we see the dog?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
I knew it had to be a small breed, but I just wanted to call in.
And it's really loud
it's
really loud for how small he is too, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
He's a cutie. I love him.
Yeah, he's a little. Well, like I said, he's pretty much blind now. He's got cataracts in both eyes, and the vet said it's not even worth the surgery it costs to do it because it's not going to really be worth it.
Do anything? Yeah, my little guy, he had what they pretty much call cataract for my dog. He can actually see the clouds in his eyes and stuff, and they said the same thing, not to do it. But,
yeah, you can with him too, in both of his eyes, and he's kind of deaf. You got to really, really yell at him to get him to catch your attention. He's got arthritis. He was having seizures really bad, and we took him in, and it's so expensive to go to the vet. It's ridiculous. And they figured out what was going on with him, and he got this medication going, and those stopped. So that was a good thing. And I found out, you guys that have animals, there was a certain brand of treats that were causing animals and dogs, mostly dogs, I think it's dogs, to have seizures. There's something in these treats, and they're for small dogs, that was causing small dogs to have seizures. And I swear to God, you guys, as soon as we stopped giving him these treats, they stopped. Not to mention he was on the medication to help with it, but still.
Wow.
And we took him off the medication after a short period of time once those treats stopped, and he hasn't had a seizure since. So
mine are so rotten that I have to have pet stairs everywhere for him to get on couches and beds, and I have pet steps everywhere because. So yeah, and
right,
it's annoying.
Right. I get it.
It's like, can't you jump? I know you can, but like I said, they're spoiled, rotten, and they're babies. So yeah, I never thought I'd have a house full of small dogs because we've always had St. Bernards and stuff. So
that's a big difference there, yeah.
A huge difference. My husband was like, I want no wispy dog.
Yeah, right.
We got the one. He was hooked. He was in love. He was like, he goes puppy forever.
It's hard to not. I didn't want him either. I told her when she brought. I'm like, he's ugly. What the hell is that thing? You know what I mean? And she was like, what are you talking about? He's cute. And I said, no, he's not. And he grew on us. He grew on me. She loved him immediately. He's he's so ugly. He's cute. He looks like a baby fox. It's weird. But yeah, he grew on me.
They are my other children. That is for sure. I mean, they're all. I have one female and the rest are boys, and so it becomes a real treat when she goes in the heat because I won't get her fixed because we had one fixed before and they died.
Yeah.
I have a huge phobia about getting the female fixed.
Oh, I get it.
So yeah, we just get the males fixed, and I know it's not right for her, and I know she's miserable, but it's just that fear. It's like I can't lose.
I understand. I believe me. I understand completely.
Couldn't do it. I was like, nope. I was like, if they're gonna do it, I'm going on vacation.
Oh, right. No, I get it. I 100% get it.
But all right, I'm gonna get off here so we can chat about some more stuff.
All right. Well, thank you so much for calling in, Miss Gina. We appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye, hon. Well, that was nice. Thank you for calling in, Miss Gina. Very much appreciated. Kept my phone quiet for a minute too. That was nice. And Tony, what did Father Steve mean when he said, "Let's stop playing games. We need an alpha. Someone needs to step up and be a leader." And okay, hold on, guys. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Sorry. So again, what I'm basically thinking that meant, Tony, was that he wants somebody to step up and take charge in the investigation, based on what I understood from that, and start doing something, because that's how he. Ooh, excuse me. I think that he feels like that they're not doing everything that they could be doing in this situation. So I think, in a nutshell, I think that's what he meant by that comment. Truthfully. Is there any truth to these internet postings that Kaylee was almost food truck guy immediately drove? Feeling. From what we understand, yeah, all of those things are supposedly true, sir. But again, we don't have actual, reputed truth, so we can't really say, or unreputed truth, I should say. We were told, based on people that had seen the autopsy results or whatever, not so on and so forth, that the cut was so bad that it was near that. And yes, that the John Jack Showalter went with his parents on an African mission trip, conveniently. So yes, that is what we were told, my friend. And again, we don't have 100% proof on all this stuff, so we don't know for sure. Sadly, again, guys, the whole white car situation is the absolute first piece of any kind of possible anything, truthfully, that we have gotten from law enforcement, sadly. And I have to say this in defense of law enforcement, you guys. They're keeping this very close to their chest for a reason, and I get that. This case is so high profile, and it is such a serious case, that I think that, again, like if we go back to like Deborah Collier and Kylie's case, is a bad reference. By the way, we're going to be touching on that again, because I have some stuff that we need to go over on that, you guys. But I believe, in a law enforcement scenario, for those of you that don't know, we do have a retired law enforcement officer in here, you guys. We can even ask her opinion on it. I believe keeping it close to them is for the good of the case, because if you let too much out, it can definitely interfere with suspects, per se. It'll tip people off to hide things, change situations, take off, things like that. So therefore, it's better to keep it close to your chest until you have a 100% sure idea of what you're going at. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, Pamela, I mean, am I right in that situation? I mean, I'm pretty sure that's what that's why that's done like that. Thank you once again, Miss Brandy. I very much appreciate that, my dear. Nobody, Fupa, nobody gets that. Nobody understands that, especially not four of them. It just doesn't fathom in my mind how you can physically do that to somebody. Right. I got you. I got you, Poopa. Mike says, where'd it go? Sorry, bub. What I'd really like to know is where the solid info came from that this guy's in Africa. I think that it was, okay. I know there's one law enforcement officer that works in this area that has been leaking things. I did find that out. I don't know his name. I'm not absolutely sure for sure what department he's in, but he has been dropping things here and there, little things, for whatever reason. I think to try to help the family, maybe because he feels really bad. But that's all I know. Okay. Okay, Pamela says, yes, spot on. If law enforcement have a photo fit of a suspect, it's quite normal for it to be released. Right. Okay. Well, thank you, Pam. Speaking of which, you guys, our brother on the mic has been looking around, and I believe he found some investigation tools that we're going to be able to be using here soon. He has one that he was talking about. He's going to try this stuff out first to make sure everything is working so that we can actually use it. There's one where he said you can put a picture of anything or anybody in it, and it takes you to it. So, and it shows you multiple things like that. So, thank you, my brother. Yeah, and that's a fact too, Mike. And everything has been going nuts, Poopa. I agree. That's again one of the reasons why I push the positivity so much. Society is bad right now, guys. Bad, and it's sad and it's scary. I'm not gonna lie, it scares me. Okay, I've seen some bad things, some scary things, and over the past, well, I'll be honest with you, since COVID started, um, it's gotten bad, you guys. It's gotten very bad between people, and people just don't seem to have a fear of consequence anymore, if that makes any sense. People just do what they do, and it's like, no, we're human beings, and they're hurting each other left and right and killing each other, and it's like, enough is a damn enough. I am too, Fupa. You know what I'm afraid for? I'll be honest with you. I'm afraid for my grandchildren, what they're going to have to go through. My kids, even my own children, you guys, they're adults, most of them, but it scares me. It scares me in a lot of ways. I'll be honest with you. Um, it's so crazy right now. I mean, everything is so crazy right now. It scares the shit out of me. I'll be honest. And COVID, yeah, it's like COVID was like the trigger, and everything just went insane. It's crazy. That's right, Daisy. Thank you. Thank you. People do not have, whether it be the fear of God or they do not have God anymore. They don't go to God anymore, and that's sad to me. It's very sad to me. Very, very sad. That makes sense, Mike, and I don't blame you for saying that, bro. I love my kids, my grandkids, but it's scary to bring kids into this world right now, you guys. It just really is. There's no accountability. There's no, people don't take responsibility for themselves anymore. It's just like nobody cares anymore, and it's been getting that way for a while, but it's really bad right now, and it really saddens me to no end. And that's why I'm one person, you guys, one person, and I know that my little bit of positivity and kindness and whatever I try to do is not enough. But I'm not going to stop doing it, you guys, because I just pray that maybe the little bit and the few people that I can reach out and touch, those people, at least those people will have that in their life, and they will be able to at least feel good for a little bit. You know what I mean? I know it sounds weak, guys, and it sounds kind of pathetic, but I'm going to continue to do it regardless of what everything else is going on around me is doing, because it makes me feel like I'm doing something that's of some importance, and it makes me feel like I'm reaching somebody, at least. At least I know I'm reaching you guys. If that's it, that's enough for me, at least at this point. Sorry, guys. Yeah, self-entitlement is a bad thing now. All of the, everybody is what's the word I'm trying to think of? That's actually a good point, Daisy. That's a scary thought. How in the hell is this person functioning in life after doing this to somebody else? How? I don't get it. It's a good point, Mike. That's a very good point. Boy, I wish Lisa was up here tonight. That's another good point, Brandy. I can see what he's saying with that. I really can. Yes, there's no discipline anymore. Yeah, I get it. I get it, Febreze. I get it. I agree with you, life, love, and true crime. I do. Yeah, entitlement. It's so bad. And the people being offended about things nowadays is so ridiculous. The things that people are saying they're offended by, guys, it's just like, come on. Are you kidding me now? Come on. I'm not saying that racism and the abuse of the LB or L, I always screw this up. The gay communities is good, because it's not, and by any means. I absolutely don't support any of that. But all the other little things that people are flipping out about that make like, and I may make somebody mad by saying this, okay, but like the whole big deal that they made about changing, like the Cleveland Indians, the baseball team changing their name, or the well, what was it? Uncle Ben's Rice or something like that. Those people wanted those names put out there like that, okay? That made them millionaires and stuff like that. Like, it's almost like people are looking for something, anything, everything to be upset about. Like, they want to be mad. You know what I mean? And it's like, let it go, guys. Let it go. Just a little bit. Let it go. I get you. I get you, Tony. I get you. Yes, Mrs. Buttersworth too. I mean, Mrs. Butterworth, right? That's what I'm saying. All those little things. Is it that serious? Now, if it really, truly, and I'll be honest with you, if it really, truly did offend somebody, for real, okay, I'll give it to you. I get it, and I would not want anybody to be offended by something like that. But these people that are complaining about it aren't even people. They're not. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not. It's just somebody wants to complain about something, and they're gonna do it. Period. That's how it is. Yeah, this one will give you a headache, guys. That's not a lie. Not a lie at all. Excuse me. So sad. Everything about this is sad. About all of this. Let me find. I had something else I wanted you guys to see. Where did it go? Here, let me play this back again for. I think Gina missed it. 1 second. And I don't mind doing that for those of you that came in late. And it's just a news brief on this. All right, here we go. This is about this is really all that came out about the white car. I'll be honest with you. But you can still see it. Anybody that didn't see it, there it is.
Some of the video earlier today of investigators at campus where those 4 University of Idaho students were found stabbed to death now almost a month ago. Okay, this was the scene. Investigators there with that U-Haul truck were taking some of the personal items of the victims that belonged to the victims, and they were returning them to their respective family members. I want to get an update on this story right now, too, because police have just announced that they are looking for something that might assist them in their investigation. We're going to be joined right now by Live Now's own Andy Mack in our newsroom. Okay, Andy, fill us in. What are police looking for, and why did they make this announcement now?
Well, any news in this Moscow case with the 4 slain students there is big news, and we're getting news that they are looking for a potential car and the occupants in it as they are looking for. We had an update from the Facebook page. As you can see, they're hoping to speak with the occupants of a white 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra with an unknown license plate. Tips and leads have led investigators to look into additional information about a vehicle being in that immediate area of the King Street residence during the early morning hours of November the 13th. Of course, the Hyundai Elantra, you can see there, just a stock picture, as investigators believe the occupants of this vehicle may have critical information to share regarding this case. And as you know, what police have told us is that these 4 victims were stabbed between 3 and 4 in the morning. The 4 students, they returned just early morning hours of this November 13th in this residence in Moscow, and it was between 3 and 4 that they believe they were stabbed. So certainly looking for the occupants of those potential car, that white Hyundai Elantra. Of course, we saw this earlier today, so we followed both of these cases here today. They were over 2 hours packing up the belongings of the 4 murdered Idaho college students, including one victim's pink cowboy boots. Moscow Police Chief James Fry and at least 6 other officers were in this residence early this morning.
All right.
Officers could be loading that U-Haul with plastic bins, boxes, and a white office chair. And also, Fry told reporters at the scene that things the family wanted and other belongings that were there, end quote. So certainly a couple new developments we're getting here out of Moscow, looking into that Hyundai Elantra, that white Hyundai Elantra. So if you have information, if you were in the car, or if you have information about who might have been in a car like that in Moscow, Idaho, on the early morning hours of November 14th, Moscow police are asking for your assistance, as it's been nearly 3 weeks and we have no suspect or even motive in this very tragic case. Andrew?
Yeah, Andy, so the information they posted, they offered both an email and the tip line phone number, that phone number 208-883-7180 if you have any information. And the viewers have been following along to this story ever since it happened here on Live Now. We've been speaking to our reporters there in Moscow. There have been such few details, scant information released by police. We've been hearing, though, from the family members of some of the victims, from some of the parents. We've been showing, the vigils that have been taking place, as this community is just still in shock because little information at this point in time, and I know we kind of glean on to little tidbits.
That's not an Elantra? Is that what you're saying, Febreze? Oh, what they're saying is it's not the actual vehicle, it's just stock pictures of it. I'm sorry to hear that, Febreze, or I hope everything's okay.
It's here. I think this is quite large, quite major. They're looking for this vehicle. We don't know why, but as far as this investigation and this story goes, this is as big of a development as we have got.
Correct, and they usually post on this Facebook about
You don't have to apologize to me. I'm sorry that you're having a bad day.
Tidbits of information, and again, it relates to the car, the white Hyundai Elantra, but also the time frame in which this car might be in that area, as police believe the stabbings occurred between 3 and 4 in the
I got you,
so they're
Poopa.
looking for this car that may or may not have seen possibly a suspect. So they're hoping to get a.
You said yours is red, though, right?
The occupants of this car may have seen on those early morning hours back on November 13th.
Yeah, it's interesting because we know that they towed away all the cars that were in the parking lot of the house itself. So police are not saying where in the vicinity of the house on the street they think this car might have been, but they want it nonetheless. Andy Mack there in the newsroom here on Live Now. We appreciate it. We'll check in again. Thanks so much.
All right, well, that's what they have. That way you can you get to see it, Gina.
3.5 weeks later, a killer still on the loose after 4 University of Idaho.
We know. All right, let's go back here a little bit. I hope this is giving you guys some info.
We were watching some of the video earlier today of investigating.
Okay. Let's see here. Looks like we lost a bunch of people. Everybody took off. Sorry, guys. I think that's pretty much it, you guys. As far as the new stuff comes in. Good to see you, Miss Brandy. I'm glad you are still here. Oh, absolutely. I see that. I just noticed that our numbers dropped quite a bit. So either somebody else is more interesting than me, or everybody just got tired of hearing my voice, or it's just too late. Either way. I would like to know what. And it's been said, I've heard from multiple interviews, okay, that I think just about everybody knows they have something, you guys, just so you know, okay? They have something. And I'm confident they have something. They have a suspect or two, and I know they have something at this point, okay? So good God, that's expensive. I know Napa is very expensive, Poopa. Converter cats are stupid expensive though. Very expensive. Yeah, that's pretty much it for today. There hasn't been a whole lot. Although I did find one second, guys. Yeah, they're very, very stupidly expensive. I feel that they do seriously have something. They're of course holding it close to their chest. What I was trying to show you is there. Oh, this one. This is what they're saying that we, YouTubers,
I wanted to ask you, Lauren, if there's any
have keyed on, and this is kind of interesting to me, guys. I'd like to know how you guys knew what we were looking at. So it says basically what we've keyed in on with this case. So this way you guys can know what we're all doing, at least according to them, what they think we're doing. Oh, don't give up now. Oh yeah, no, I agree. It is. It definitely is, Mike. It's finally starting to this whole week, you guys, and we started back on this on Sunday. Sunday, okay, and all of last week, nonstop, guys. But Sunday we did a long 7-hour stream, I think it was, or 6-hour stream, and it's just nonstop every day. Every day there's something new. So I mean, thank God it hasn't stalled out to the point where, I was just sitting here waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. So, yeah. But, yeah, this is kind of interesting.
updates on the mysterious man in the hoodie? And we focused quite a bit on that story last night. He was cleared. He certainly looked very suspicious to a lot of people who have been watching this case. But do we have any updates as to what exactly is happening with him?
Yes, I would
And here is some answers to some of those questions you were asking, I'm hoping.
say he's on everyone's radar again, or still. He's always been on my radar, and people are talking. As far as the true crime community goes, he is the talk. Let's go back and look at this video. People are hearing that he might, and this isn't maybe some speculation, it hasn't been confirmed, but that he might have left the country. We're trying to confirm that, but no one can get a hold of him right now either. And so he's not coming forward and saying, no, I'm here. Makes you wonder where he is.
Well, we had a News Nation producer who went and knocked on his family's door. No answer there. Didn't appear to be home at the time. But I do have this question. It's fine to be curious and to try to put clues together. But, one person, Jeremy Reagan, was assailed and harassed online after being cleared by the Moscow police. And I'm wondering if the same thing is others come up with a name and address and would know where to find him.
Yeah, you mentioned the downside of internet sleuths, and we, have to be careful. But I want to point out something that is actually, you mentioned Jeremy. Jeremy was being harassed He was being what is called doxxed. It was awful because he did a few interviews for the television. And you know what he did? He ran to the police station. He said, here's my DNA. Test it. Please let everybody know that I'm innocent. Have we seen Hoodie Guy do that? Have we seen him come forward and say, hey, I'm not in Africa. I'm right here in my home. Hey, you know what? I have nothing to do with this. And I know that they've cleared me, but I'm going to show all of you. Here's my DNA. Have we seen him do that?
Well, we haven't, but we don't know if that has happened. That's the other issue, is that he very well may have done an extensive debrief with the police, may have submitted DNA, and may have actually be on campus somewhere with an alibi that's airtight. These are the things we don't know, so the speculation is always so dangerous. But Larry, thank you for joining me.
Close
sure
to the house.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider, and don't forget to click the button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
All the info we got on him. I've been looking for him. I can't find him anywhere. I cannot.
Nearly a month later, a killer still.
I can't find anything about him anywhere. I cannot find Facebook. I can't find anything that is remotely close to him. I've looked on what is it called? That other Instagram. I've looked here. I've looked there. I nothing. Can't find it. I can't find it. Driving me nuts. Yeah. Yep. Exactly, Seabreeze. That's a fact. Very close, guys. Showalter lives in the same building complex as Jeremy and JD lived, building a few buildings down from Kaylee. It's right there, guys. Yeah, right. There's a picture. I don't know if you guys saw the picture of Showalter where he's standing there with a like a stuffed animal. That's in their kitchen, guys. In Kaylee, the girls' kitchen. Yeah, that's the only thing that's out there is his LinkedIn, and there's really nothing on there of any, nothing great, Mike. So yeah. That's what I thank you, Brady. Thank you. Keep me on my toes. You reminded me of the other thing I was going to do. That's why you're a moderator. And you didn't even know you did it either. That's the funny part. How about that? Okay. Hold on a minute, please. What are you doing? Oh, I pick up charger. Sorry, guys. Oh, yeah. Brandy is one of the best. All you guys are the best. Okay, I think this is it, guys. Riley Armstrong. This is Showalter's best friend, I do believe. Is this correct, Brady and Molly? I believe this is the one. This guy right here, right there, right there. Right there, right there. Thank you. All right, guys. This is Riley Armstrong, Mr. Showalter's best friend. They all look alike anymore, guys. So let's see what we got here. Oh. Boy, he's a youngin'. Really? Be nice to know. It would be quite interesting to know, personally. Out of the pictures. I don't want in the pictures. Okay. Where did you see that he said that, Brandy? Is this the same? Is this the right figure of a different one? No, that was December 5th. Okay. TikTok, gotcha. Yeah, that's fact, Mike. Hmm. Are they friends? Because I don't see him on here anywhere. Unless he's got him hidden, or he's hidden. He hid himself. Huh. Be damned. Let me see something here. Oh, shit. Okay. TikTok. Ah, I see what you're saying. I wonder if I can try it. I was even looking. Thank you, Brandy. Yeah, this is his brother, his adopted brother, who's a quarterback for another college. Hank Showalter. Thank you, my dear. That is his other brother, one of his brothers, I should say. This one was adopted, and they're thinking that Jack was adopted as well. That's the same one. Okay. Okay. Let's see. This is a conversation. Jack is one of my best friends. See, you can maybe you guys can see a little bit of it. Maybe not. Anyway, I'm going to read it to you anyway. But Jack is one of my best friends. I have his location. He's not in Africa. Y'all are so dramatic. Riley Long asked, Riley, is he the hoodie guy? Is that confirmed? Why didn't he make a statement since there is so much drama about him? The other one says, because all of you will twist his words. Y'all think you know everything, but you don't. If the damn police have cleared him, move on to someone else. You guys are running a very respectful and sweet kid's life. Whatever the hell that means. Gotcha. Well, it will only be a short time before law enforcement have the real perp. Okay. Yep. Here's the thing, though. Okay. If he's innocent, completely innocent, and knows that the whole planet is talking about him, guys, what would you guys do? Be honest. If you were in the middle of this situation, the murder of 4 people, and you knew you were innocent, what would be the first thing you would do? None of us can, Tony. I haven't looked at another case in days. Yeah, they definitely do, Daisy. They do definitely want to re-interview him at this point. The only other case I've looked at, Tony, is the oh God, I can't even say her name again. The Robinson case in Mexico. I will tell you guys real quick, the only thing new with that is that Mexican law enforcement has said they are coming for her. They have issued a warrant, and now they're saying that it was a complete total setup, that they took her there to murder her. Period. And it's gonna start. We're gonna start going over it once they start doing stuff with it, but they're getting ready to. So, yes, I did hear that, Seabreeze, that there was an attorney like right away. Why do you need an attorney if you did nothing? Why? Doesn't make sense to me. Again, yes, innocent until proven guilty, 100%, all the way. But dude, you look so guilty right now. Seriously. I mean, am I wrong? No, I'm not. Damn it, hon. Well, welcome, my dear. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. It is so great to have you here. Right, Daisy. If we were involved in this, if each one of you, I know what you guys would do. If you were involved in this case and the entire nation is talking about you specifically, are you going to go hide? Or are you going to go directly to the police station, pretty much like Jeremy did, and say, I'm here, take my DNA, give me a lighted, whatever we got to do, let's do it now so we can clear my name if you're innocent. But if you're not innocent, what's the first thing you're going to do? You're going to go hide. Because they're going to say they're going to, what did that mean, though? They're going to twist his words? What is there to twist? You either did this or you didn't do this. There's nothing to twist. That's one of the dumbest comments I've seen through this whole thing. Absolutely one of the dumbest comments that could have been made. Y'all are going to twist his words. What does that have to do with the fact of whether or not he was involved in a murder or not? Whether his words are twisted or not, that has nothing to do with it. Honestly. Yeah, and twist words, that's what I'm saying. What do you mean? Is that going to make a difference of whether or not you were involved in it or not? Come on. That, to me, says guilt. Period. I'm sorry, but it does. That's dumb. That is so dumb. Very irritating as well. Very, very. Somebody in here told me that, was it Erickson and Alex Erickson or Ellie Erickson or something like that? Had something to say. Yes, guys. No. Very, very close, Kelly. The reason he was kicked out of the fraternity is because he took and was leaving dead animals all over the property of another fraternity. What's wrong with this picture? That's not normal. All over the other fraternity, porches and yards and stuff. Like, what is wrong with this picture, guys? That is, something's not right. Okay? I'm just saying. And he was kicked out of the bar that night because he was being very weird with women. He's got anger issues. He's an avid hunter. He has two of those knives. Well, what else we got going on, guys? Give me something else. Everything is red flags. Exactly, Kelly. Everything is a red flag when it comes to this guy, which makes me not understand at all why he was not listed as a person of interest immediately. And it was like, boom, he was out immediately. How? Did you even look into him at all? I don't think so. You couldn't have. If you did, whoever did is just stupid then. I'm sorry. I hate to say that, but, I'm not normally that person, but it just really aggravates. Yeah. Yep. That's absolutely correct, Dizzy. $100%. That I don't know, Miss Christie. I don't know that. I don't know. I mean, Kaylee's sister is pretty adamant, as was the rest of the family, that he's pretty much had nothing to do with it. Okay, so I don't know. Honestly, I don't. I don't know where to go with that. I had him on my list from the beginning. I really did. But this guy outdoes everything that the other Jack possibly could. I mean, plus he's more fitting. Like, her boyfriend Jack just doesn't seem like the type to do. First of all, he doesn't seem strong enough to do it. I'm not trying to be mean or talk down about him. So I don't know.
Just sucks. Number two, I only have one contact in, so my eyes are like one of them's kind of drooping a little bit.
Hold on a minute, guys.
So Another channel just reported that a man named James Curtis Leonard was just arrested for window peeping in Moscow. He has a bandage on, who said that the person in question has given off weird vibes the entire time they've worked. So who got one? Let's see.
This information, you guys, I'm about to show you guys. Typically, I don't do this, but it was interesting enough that I wanted you guys to see it. It came from Alex Erickson. Yes, I agree, Kelly.
Yes. How do they do that? Oh, Gypsy, did you get one, or were you just thinking? Gypsy, when asked by coworkers where the knife was, and was asked.
Yeah, there was something I got that last night too from somebody else.
There are a couple really crazy things.
I can't find it, but there was one of you guys sent it to me. There was a guy that worked with somebody else in a construction site. Okay, and this guy carried this knife on his hip forever, and the company that he worked for even asked him not to do it, and he still did it until these murders happened. And then for whatever reason, he called, no showed the day after for like 2 days, maybe longer. And then he came back, but he never wore the knife again. Well, some guy that he worked with was like, dude, where's your knife at? You've had that forever. And the guy was like, I just didn't feel like wearing it anymore. And the guy was like, okay, where's the knife, bro? And he was like, I just didn't feel like wearing it anymore. It's like, dude, go get your knife. Where's it at? He was like, in my truck. And the guy was like, go get it. I want to see it. He was like, no, F you. And he was like, no, go get the knife, dude. I want to see the knife. If you got it, go get it. And the dude was like, leave me alone. Back up, drop it, or I'm going to sue you. What? Because you're asking to see a knife? Are you serious? That's super sus. Sorry. So what are the odds? I don't know, guys. It's very possible, Fupa. Anybody that has that title in their name, he's probably scanning through all of them trying to say who figured out who he is or who didn't. It is very creepy. Very, very creepy. Sorry, guys. I don't know, man. I absolutely get it. I agree, Daisy. That's exactly why they don't like it. Because we sit and talk about it, and then, Yep. Yeah, I'm not even going to play that because it doesn't. Well, wait a minute. Maybe this part. Yeah. Hold on a minute. This is where this white car comes into effect, you guys. Hold on. Hopefully you guys can see this. Again, this is care of Alex Erickson. And I thank you, Miss Erickson. I appreciate it. All right. Let's see if we can see this real quick. We already had full screen. That's about as big as it'll go. Okay.
From that area, know that area, been in that house, have been in the
audio from it. No, I can't really see it very well. I bet you could see it better, but I guess not. It's over there. Right there. So anyway, that's literally the absolute only clue that we have been given from the police. It's possible, Mike. Very possible, truthfully. Right. Yes, that is. I agree with you, Fupa. I agree with that too, Miss Kelly. I think that I think there's a good possibility that he wants everybody to think he's in Africa, and he very well could be 50 yards from where this happened at, guys. I'll be honest with you. At this point, I told you I've been telling you guys for over a week now. I don't put anything past anyone. I said nothing comes off the table. Forget about it. It's not happening. It is not as much in this town. I've been told it's not so bad, but I don't know for a fact. Molly knows this area pretty good, from what I understand. So I guess we would have to. What's up, Star? Welcome, my dear. I don't know, Molly. What do you think? Is it what is the Mormon religion like over there? Oh, I can promise you. I think that they have. I really, really think they got this. I think they're at a point right now that they have their main lead. And I think they have a suspect in mind, and I think they're just trying to find the right way to get to him. The cars do? Yeah, definitely. Okay, look. Let me show this to you again. All right. Let's try. There's a circle right here. If you guys can't see it around the vehicle there.
Between the hours they believe the murders occurred. We know that Ethan and Xana were seen at the Sigma Chi for
the people who are from that area know that area, been in that house, have been in this park, could look at.
Is this it right here? With the top, okay, so I know the top left room is like from the front of the house, the room on the left is Maddie's, right? And the room on the right is Kaylee's with the balcony.
Yes.
So I'm going to mute again, but I'm going to put my cursor over what I believe is the house. You guys let me know if I'm right, because I might be wrong.
That
Gotta blow back up, kid. There we go.
piques my interest.
What they're saying is when the lights went out in the house, okay, The car was right there. Okay. Now, what this is, so that you guys understand, the night we talked about this a little bit ago earlier, the 305 or 301 a.m. police call for the band field with the alcohol call. This was the police officer's body cam footage. Okay. And he was facing the house, standing over there, and was his body cam filmed this. Okay. In fact, I bet you I can find, hold on, you guys, 1 second. I'm sorry to do this to you guys like this. My apologies, everybody. Utah is Truckee Jr., in my opinion, you guys. I'm sorry to say that. I really am. But I get the same vibe. Or not Utah, I'm sorry, Idaho. Idaho gives me the same vibe that Truckee does in a weird sense. I'm not saying with law enforcement. I'm saying the area. You know what I'm saying? If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I just get that weird ass feeling. One second. I'm sorry. I'm working on it. I hope. All right, here we go. Sorry, guys. I shouldn't have done this earlier, but I'm thinking about so much, you guys. You have to understand what's going through my head every day. Seriously. Please understand. I mean, you guys know how I am. So, all right, let's see what we got here. Again, this is the body cam footage from the 3:01 a.m. police call in the Banfield, directly across from the house. Okay. It's raw. This is raw footage. This was the alcohol offense. Do I need to check something? Wait a minute. Wild Wild West Joe. What's that mean, bro? Yeah, it has been. You guys know that I delve like 500% into these cases. I have passion for them. I want to literally solve this myself. I always, that's how I get into these. I research everything. I'm digging constantly. It's just like nonstop. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, I got you, Mike. So that's why. So please bear with me when I go like 100 miles an hour all the time. I'm just trying to do. Literally, I do this, you guys, to try to give you the best things that I possibly can. That's why. So again, my apologies if it's not. You know what I mean? All right, let's try this again.
Okay, is everybody gonna stop back there? Yeah. Well, we saw him talking to him, right. So we didn't know. Okay, well, he yelled at you guys on him. I yelled at you guys. You didn't stop.
No, I did not hear you.
Yeah. Well, let's walk back over here, okay?
Sure.
Okay. Right here. Okay. It's dark, so it's hard to see the right aspect of what we're trying to see. This is the area right here. Watch the lights. It's kind of hard. Let me see if I can slow it down for you guys. Hold on. Let's do this again. Right in this area here, you guys. I wish I could brighten this up. I may be able to. I'll have to work on it a little while. Come on. There it is. There's when the lights go out right there. All up here, the lights just went out. Okay. That car is sitting right there. Okay. Okay. So, anywho, there's that. Okay, so you saw it then. Okay, good deal. Well, you guys are having a whole other conversation over here about something completely different, which is all good. Give me a second, guys. I'll be right back. I need some more water.
New developments in the Idaho murder case. Moscow police are asking for the public's help in tracking down the driver of a white 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra with unknown plates. Why? Car was reportedly near the victim's home in the early morning hours.
Sorry about that, everybody. It's very, very slow. Kind of weird. I will not, Miss Kelly, I promise. Not on purpose, at least.
Okay, the reason why you stop back there? Yeah.
Well, we saw him talking to him, so we didn't know.
Okay, well, he yelled at you guys and then turned around because he walked up on him. I yelled at you guys, you didn't stop.
No, I did not hear you.
Right, well, let's walk back over here, okay?
Sure.
Started from the beginning as far as the audio goes.
Okay,
Back.
the reason why you stop back there?
Back masking,
Yeah.
Kelly.
Well, we saw him talking to him,
Right.
so we didn't know.
It's like, well, if it's what I think you're talking about, Fupa, is when you run a tape, like run a tape backwards. Sorry, Daisy.
We saw him talking to him, so we didn't know.
Okay.
So he yelled at you guys and then turned around because he walked up on him. I yelled at.
Yes. When you used to take your Kiss record and you'd spin it backwards and listen to it. It just weirds me out.
And welcome back to the news at 4. It's been 5 days since 4 University of Idaho students were found.
Definitely weirds me out. Hold on a minute. Let me see something here.
It has now been more than 3 days since
Hold on. little girl. Hold on a minute, guys.
Police are telling students and residents they shouldn't be concerned for their own safety. That is hardly reassuring for the rattled community or
Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. It's a pretty good size video there. I just want to look at this again. I'll make sure you guys can see it. All right. Let's slow it. Play it.
They were brutally murdered. Kaylee.
Right there. Okay. Now, God, if I could just get closer. It's about as clear as I can get it.
Murder. To University of Idaho.
Okay. I'm trying to look at his face, but it is very evident as soon as he looks up and he sees the camera. Let's turn around. Yeah. Okay. Now, one other thing I want to show you because I saw a picture right there. See his shoes? That is him. I promise you that's him. I saw a picture of him with those shoes on. That is him. I'm positive now. That's what I was looking for. So this is the other side. Here they are. And he's over here. This is the wrong video. I don't like this one. I like the other angle better. Is watching them the entire time. Here we go. And wherever they moved, he moved. She turns around. She took that picture of him, and here they go. And there's dudes pointing. There goes your girls. He did that, and there he goes. And like right here, watch this. When he goes this way, he starts to go towards the car, you guys, where they went. And I think he looked at the car and saw something saw somebody that he was like, no, I'm not going to go there. And he takes off the other way. That's what I had said the other night. Like he recognized somebody in the car that maybe intimidated him. Therefore, he just veered off the other direction. Otherwise, I think he was going to go to the car and say or do something. Right here. See, here's the car. He looks, and then he's gone this way. I could watch that all day. I have broke that video down and analyzed it I don't know how many times. Nothing but darkness. So did you see what I mean? He looks at the car as he's walking towards the car, sees something for whatever reason, and veers that way. I was just showing that video again, Mike. I was watching the video. Look. I'll show you guys again real quick. From the moment this video starts, he's watching them the whole time. Even when he's talking to other people, he's over here watching them. Okay, let's go back. Just watch him. It's so creepy. So creepy, it makes me nuts. He's standing right there watching them. Okay. Covers his face so he doesn't want the camera to catch on to who he is. Now he's over here watching them. Then they moved over to this side. After they ordered their food, they had to move down to this side to like wait for it. You know what I mean? Just like you would at any food place. And then when they cut the camera to the other angle, he's watching them. Look, he's staring. He's watching them the whole time, guys. This dude is like, and then he's gone. Then they move down after they make their order, and he comes over here, and now he's over here watching them. Okay, she did the picture. Dude yells, "Come on, let's go!" The car's in, and you can see it in the mirror over here, or the window. Look, they're leaving. They take off to the car, and he goes walking towards the car, and then he veers to the right. As if something made him change his mind. Right here, and then he goes to the right. They didn't show it there completely, but that's what happened. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Do it again. I don't know why I just clicked that button. I'm sorry, you guys. Sorry about that. My apologies. Oh, I wanted him to show it again. Oh, wait. Now, here's the thing, guys. This is something I noticed yesterday. Okay. Does everybody remember the timeline as to when they got home? Okay, look. They were supposed to be home by that time, right or wrong. I just noticed this yesterday. Right, Fupa. He motioned at them and then went towards his car. No, I get it, Mike. I get it. But we don't do the things that happen to these girls, sadly. Thank God. Okay, here it is. Look at the timestamp, guys. What time were they supposed to have been home that night? Right. They were not asleep. They said that Ethan and Xana were home at 1:45. That Maddie and Kaylee were home at 1:56. We saw them standing at the food truck still at 1:56. Right or wrong? I know it may be off by a few minutes, but still, we saw them standing at the food truck at 1:56. Okay. They were calling Jack between 2:26. From 2:26 to 2:56, they were calling Jack. See, that's what I said, Kelly. I thought the timeline was screwed up somewhere. Honestly. Yeah, that's what I thought too. I noticed that yesterday when I was looking at that. I'm like, something's not right with this. Nancy Grace. You know, she's having fun tearing this up, tearing these people up. The woman can get into some shit, telling you. Now, there's a smile for you. Let me fix this so I don't scare anybody.
weeping when they were slain.
It was very, very traumatic.
Not any suspects and are appealing for calm today as frightened students believe the murders were targeted.
That's why I think that the timeline is screwed up in a sense.
Called a possible crime of passion.
Yeah, this is old, so don't pay no attention to any of that.
Another theory is that it's a burglary gone wrong. They have ruled out murder.
I get it, Kelly. I get it. We're close on this. We're close to this one, you guys. I think we are.
Kaylee and Madison were inseparable, lifelong friends. We will find you. We will never stop. The pain you caused has fueled our hatred and sealed your fate. Ethan Chapman's parents are also speaking out.
There's not drugs involved. There's not some weird love triangle. We will not let this seem worse, because if anything, they have to go on and shine Ethan's bright light on their own.
The day of murders, the doomed friends posed for this photo along with 2 other students. Kaylee posted, "One lucky girl to be surrounded by these people every day."
A number of classes have been canceled indefinitely. One faculty member tweeting that he cannot in good conscience teach again until assessment.
Yeah, you know that we're all here for you, Kelly. If need be, I told you, if you ever feel the need to just call somebody and scream and cuss and swear, whatever you want to do, I'm right here, my dear. You know you're more than welcome to. I get it. Absolutely. I'm sure it is, Kelly. I'm sure it is. I was worried about you. I really was. That's why I was so excited when you got to go out. I understand the whole Paxil thing, too. Just trying to make sure. Oh, yeah, this one was fairly new, too. This was one of the professors from the... Oh, they were absolutely buzzed, Mike. You could tell when they were walking away that they had a little sway. And that's okay. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. They were having a good time. They weren't, that's what they do. That's okay, April. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Did you guys see the finger or the handprint? Did you guys get to see that scenario? I don't think so. At least I don't think I showed it to you. Hold on a minute. Like I said, I want you to have everything that I can give you, from me at least. I'm sure well, thank you, April. I'm sorry, I know. It was a crazy day. I've been trying to figure out my truck situation, get that worked out, and transportation for my wife, and this and that. And it was just a long day, guys. And I did not want to not go live with you guys today. Where'd Squirrel go? Is she still in here? I don't see her. I hope everything's okay with her. I wanted you guys to have something, you know. Oops, sorry, everybody. I'm a bad button pusher. Okay.
Could this be the killer's hand? The ghostly image appeared when this window was dusted for prints.
There's no doubt that it's an important item of evidence. There has to be a point of entry and a point of exit in a crime like this. If there is a handprint, it may be very significant.
Can show you. And we're learning that 31 Kaylee Gonsalves may have been the killer's prime target. Published reports say that Kaylee was subjected to a more brutal attack than the other 3 victims. She was killed on the same bed along with her best friend, Madison Mogan. News Nation reporter Brian Enton is in Idaho covering the investigation.
There's a number of different theories possible. Since her wounds were more significant than Maddie's, is it possible she was the target? Yes. Or is it possible that she woke up and was trying to fight back and that Maddie was the target?
As the investigation enters its 4th week, Kaylee's father is expressing belief.
Do you feel confident in the police investigation and the people investigating right now?
I do not feel confident, and that's why I pushed the envelope and say a little bit more.
They all were.
I hate to be that guy, but there's a job to do for everybody. Has a job and a role to play in this. This is my role as the parent.
He says he's raising money to hire a private detective. The 2 surviving roommates who slept through the attack are breaking their silence. Poignant letters from Dylan Mortensen read aloud by a pastor at a memorial service in an Idaho church. Dylan wrote,
"I know it would be hard to not have the 4 of them in our lives, but I know Xana, Ethan, Maddie, and Kaylee would want us to live life and be happy."
Press boy.
Much for joining me. The simple question is this. Sure, seeing an HVAC.
I can't watch him at all. He's driving me nuts. That was great, though, Mike. That was great. Okay, I see now. Dylan in the pink ski mask gets a picture, but kind of spooked me a little. I did see that one, yeah. I try, Kelly. I wish I could do more, guys. But I can only take what they put out, you know. I don't like taking other people's stuff. I don't like using other stuff like that. You know, I go with the news and I try to take facts and give you guys facts. But thank you for that. I appreciate that. I do what I can do and the best that I can do. I'm sorry that it's not better. I really do. Yeah, he's talking about JLR. He did one this morning that pissed me off so bad that I swear to God, I just can't even look at him anymore. I can't stand him. He does a video every 5 minutes. And he's just, I don't typically talk about other creators. You guys know that. Okay. I don't do that. I don't like doing that. But that dude He needs to just stop. He has to stop. And he does such weird videos. I'm telling you, like I watched like 3 in a row just to see what he was talking about this morning, right? There's one video he's standing by a tree and he's doing his whole, you know, this thing with his hat, and he looks like paranoid. And he's looking up at his camera up here, and he jail out, and then he doing it, you know, that this crazy shit that he says and does, and blah blah blah. And he's looking up at his camera, and he's standing by a tree. 10 minutes later, he does another video where he's standing by 15 tubs stacked together, and he's talking about it, squatted down, looking at the camera like he's paranoid again. Dude, right. That's what I'm saying. There's something about him. Yeah, that's the one that pissed me off. That's it, Fupa. He went in and he pulled up Nathan Goncalves. You can't even say her last name. It's Goncalves, okay? He got arrested. Her uncle, Kaylee's uncle, Steve's brother, got arrested for a murder charge, I guess, last year. That has absolutely nothing to do with what happened to these kids. So why do you have to put that out here? Explain that to me. That has nothing whatsoever to do with what happened. And of course, he says, is it connected, guys? I don't know. Maybe. No, it's not, you idiot. And again, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I don't like to call people names and stuff like that. It just makes me so mad because as if this family's not going through enough from what they just did. They just lost their kids, guys. And if this family's not going through enough, you're going to bring up something that probably has already destroyed them once about his brother going to prison. You're going to do that again after this? What is wrong with you, dude? Come on. I know. He looks like, he looks like he lives in a nursing home. It's weird. That reach was so disgusting, Fupa. I mean, dude, is it that bad that you got to reach for shit like that? He's making shorts like crazy. That's all he's doing. Well, you got to watch what you say because he sues everybody, so. But that whole thing with her uncle going to jail, that really made me so mad. I could have broke my TV. Yeah, I don't know about all that, Mike, but if it is, it's his business, dude. It doesn't matter to me. Singing, dancing, give me a show, and doing dishes as a keeper. I got you. Oh, it's all good, bro. It's all good. It's okay, Kelly. No, it's not even that. It's just he's so. There's something about him that is. I don't even know how to explain it. I just can't. Don't know how to explain it. It's just very weird. And that, I mean, I've seen him go low before, but that today, this morning, that stream was low. That short, whatever you want to call it, the video, it was low. There is absolutely no reason to bring up this family's past history, legal history, nothing. It has nothing to do with what happened to these girls. Well, Kelly, we're talking about JLR or Jonathan Lee Rich's investigates or something like that. Press boy, everybody calls him. He's so irritating. You know, that stream though was just uncalled for. It was completely uncalled for. So whatever. But yeah, I don't typically. I don't. Are you a fan of Joseph Morris, Kelly? and his dog. Yes, press boy. I'm not a big fan of Joseph Morris either. Sorry. If you are, it's okay, Kelly. That's fine. I'm just not a big fan of his. I don't like. He did some stuff back with the Gabby Petito case that kind of irritated me. It was very unprofessional, and I just, at that point, I just kind of like was like, I'm good, you know. And if you like him, Kelly, it's okay. I'm sorry. I won't talk bad about him. I'm just saying that he did something back with Gabby's case that really bugged me, so I just stopped watching him. We were talking about we weren't talking about him. We were talking about JLR, but so what do you guys got on this now? What are you guys thinking? No, yeah, I get it, Pamela. Like I said, my theory hasn't changed, and it definitely is not going and change anything now at this point. No. And at this point, you guys, truthfully, that comment is stuck in my head now, and it really bothers me. Well, that's a good way to put it, Kelly. Absolutely. That comment that his friend made that said, you guys will just I know his location, but you guys will just twist his words. You're kidding me, right? I can't let go of that now. That comment is bugging me. I don't know why, but it is. You'll just twist his words. That comment makes no sense when it comes to this case. So you know his location, so he's hiding because if he says something that they're going to twist his words. There's nothing that anybody could say if that means that there's nothing that anybody that did this could say to make this justifiable. That's been said since the beginning, Fupa, because of the way he was. Yeah, Mike. Yeah, there's nothing that he can say, anybody could say to justify this. No way in hell. So there's nothing to twist. If that's what that was referring to. Yeah, whoever this is, the only thing I'm going to tell you, brother, is you have a first-class ticket straight to hell, whoever did this, and you will be Satan's right-hand man, brother, because this is some bad stuff. Oh, which one are you talking about, Kelly? Joseph Morris? Yeah. Yeah, he's done some bad stuff, in my opinion. Like I said, the whole thing he was doing with Gabby Petito, that really bugged me a lot. I was pretty invested in that case too, and he really just he drove me insane. I agree, Mr. Mike. So does anybody else want to give another call? Want to call in tonight? 234-703-4047 and put out your words. Anybody else welcome to jump up here before I call it a night? You're welcome to jump up here with me if you'd like to. Any one of you guys. There was a comment made by the one Jack guy, Miss Michelle, and his best friend posted that I know his location. He's not in Africa, but you guys will just twist his words. Which makes no sense. It makes no sense to this. Yeah. I got you, Kelly. I got you. But that's what we were talking about, Michelle. And it's okay. You're allowed to be late. And thank you for joining us, my dear. Guys, it's 12:30. Wow. Yeah, that was my whole problem with him. Was I actually watched him for a little while, and then there was one stream he did about Gabby, and after that, I was done. I was completely done. I was so mad. If I'd have known where he was, I'd have driven to him, guys. I'm telling you. Who is JT? Yeah. Bad stuff. Bad stuff. Bad stuff. Bad stuff, guys. I always want to be me with my fellow and sister meatballs. That's right. All your meatballs. All my meatballs. I can't, Daisy. I can't even hear his voice anymore. I can't. He is one person that makes me want to fight people. Yeah. Yes, Poopa, that did happen. Exactly. Thank you, Pamela. And he thinks that he is the bee's knees of entertainment and this and that. And it's like, good God, dude, come on. His voice makes me angry. I'll put it that way. That's how his voice literally makes me angry. That, Daisy, is an understatement. And everybody else's too, Daisy. I promise you. Everybody else's. I can promise you that there are anybody. If there is anybody that likes him, it's very few. That's about a good way to put it, sir. Mike, you're feeling yourself tonight, ain't you, brother? Sounds like you're enjoying yourself. How many glasses of wine have you had, my brother? Really, Kelly? I just can't follow him, hon. I can't follow him. And to each their own, honestly. I can't. His voice makes me mad. I agree that's probably it, Miss Michelle. Like I said, his buddy says he knows his location. Hey, I know, Pam. I don't like the way he talks down about women and things like that. It drives me nuts. It bugs me to no end. I don't like when people talk about women that way or talk to women that way. It just it irks me so bad, you guys. No problem, Mike. No problem. And that's a fact, Dave. It's like it can't help it. It just comes out. Mouth vomit. And that's again, that's my opinion. Not that my opinion is the right one. It's just my opinion alone. Nobody else is going to call me tonight. Nobody likes calling and talking to me on the phone, guys. I don't get it. Sorry. I would venture to say that should have been the case, Michelle, but nobody's been cleared, okay? But he was never a person of interest to begin with, which blows my mind. I don't get it, which is why he's never been cleared, because he didn't have to be cleared. He was not a person of interest. Yes, my friend, we are in the sauce. We're all in the sauce. Forget about it. It's a fugazi. It seems that way, Kelly. It really does. I don't know, you guys. This needs to come down. And like I said, where are we at today? Is Wednesday. And I said, what did I say? The end of the week, right? We got 2 more days. And I really think we're going to hear something by Friday. I do. And I could be wrong. And I'll take it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It is what it is. I'll own it. I feel like we're going to hear something by Friday. Something of some sort of capacity, I guess you could say. I know one thing that I would like to happen by Friday. I'd like to get my voice back to the way it's supposed to be. This is ridiculous. Yeah, I agree. You ain't lying. This whole case is a fugazi. Forget about it. That's not easily going to happen until it's over. Well, guys, I don't think anybody else is calling in this.
Could this be the difference?
Yeah, I do. Well, I know they're still waiting on talks for sure. Which should be coming back, I would think, relatively soon on this scenario. It's going to have no bearing on anything that has anything to do with this, though. I mean, I know that. So I think what they need to do is they need to go find at least one specific person and swab him and see what happens from there. There has been truth to quite a few things, Kelly. You're right. I agree. There's been, it's not, that's not the problem. Okay. It's the way he approaches it is what bothers me. I'm not saying there's not truth. There is truth, but there's a way to say these things and a way not to. And he doesn't seem to get that, in my opinion. No, I get it, Kelly. I get it. You don't have to explain it to me either, hon. I absolutely get it. And I respect that. I do. I do. We each have our own opinions about different things. Like I said, if it was done in a different way, it wouldn't be so bad. But it is what it is. What's up, Breezy? What's up? Breezy, 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 breezy. That's, yeah, the arrogance is what bugs me the most. And the ego. Very much so, yes. There's a way to talk to people and a way not to talk to people. And you guys know how I am. So. Good old Mike. Mike is having a good time tonight, guys. That's good. He deserves it. Well, you absolutely can, Miss Kelly, if you want to. I'm here. I'm here. If you got anything you want to talk about, please do. As soon as I find my... Oh, give me 1 minute before you call, though, Kelly. Jeez, now I got to use the bathroom. I'm always up and down in here, guys. It's crazy. Well, 1 second. Be right back.
We're still respectful. That's what I like about this place, because we all have different opinions and we all can get along. It's not a big chaos circus, you know?
Exactly.
So that's great.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying I agree with you 100%. Literally my only problem with him is his approach and some of the things that he has done that may have caused certain cases to be I can't think of the correct word. I'm trying to think of
Do you know, I know what you're getting at, I believe. See if I'm right. So you're talking about rounds, of course. And my opinions were swayed because of Doug for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And then when things started coming out and everything that Jim had stated was strictly like saying that Dylan was gay or whatever, was strictly not to say that he was gay. It was to be able to get a lead on the right direction of where this life of this boy led.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so when everything started coming out, it just seemed like everything he had said was completely right. And it was, and I was blown away, and I was like, well, I'm going to pay attention a little bit, you know what I mean? And so I did, and it seems to be he's an egotistical man for sure, but he's been right in everything like that he said, and I think that's why I kind of follow him, because he has been right and it's been true, and people don't like to hear just the truth. They can't handle it most of the time. And in Candace's case, that's probably her case as well. She just doesn't want to hear that, and whether it's true or not, we don't know.
Right.
But she just seems very closed off. She wants so much help, but yet she's not willing to move certain directions. It just seems like to me, I don't know. That's just how I feel about it. I just wish they would find him no matter what has to happen.
It's been too long. Something needs to pop up somewhere. I mean, not to jump cases or anything.
The what?
Not to jump cases or anything, but with that case, I don't understand. I have never in my life, and I've been watching Unsolved Mysteries and Law and Order and all these shows, okay? Right. Real life stuff, okay? I've never seen a law enforcement agency act so much like a class full of kindergartners in my life as these guys did. It blew my mind, and it still does. Like what happened? Like what?
Were you around when I talked to Doug? When I talked to the guy out there in Grouse Creek when we went out there?
I think so. Yeah.
I was the one that was out there the weekend that Dylan got killed. I was out there that weekend in Montello.
Mm-hmm.
And that was quite the experience, like, to hear everything was coming after. Like, me and my husband were like, we were out there. What the hell? We were there that Saturday.
Yep.
And or Sunday. I can't remember which day it was, Saturday or Sunday anyways. And even went to the bar, met Ellen, like all that stuff. And, well, he did. I stayed outside. But it was just a really weird vibe out there. And then to just find out what happened. And then like many months later, I was out this summer out in Grouse Creek where we go camping and ran into some guy that is very prominent in the Montello area and found out a bunch more info because he was friends with Dylan.
Okay.
And so it was kind of weird to just how everything kind of came together and how we were just there at the right times. It was kind of creepy. Like, I was like, why do we keep being at the right place at the right time, meeting these people? You know what I mean? Or being at the place of a crime.
It was meant to be.
Odd. Yeah. And so I was like, God, me and my husband were like, are they going to, maybe if they do their job, maybe they'll be questioning us, like, because we went through that town, but of course they didn't, because there was nothing for them to question us about.
They don't do their job, first of all. So that
what I was gonna say, and it is the Old West out there. They really do their own thing. And there was that old retired police chief that was in charge that ran that militia out there. It was a real thing. That's what the guy from Montello told me. Like, he told us a lot of dark stuff that goes on out there. And this happens all the time. This is the only time a person has actually, or a family actually cared enough about somebody out there to push the issue about it. Because if you think about it, he says there's people that just get left on the side of the road out there. It's a common thing because people who go out there are people who are not necessarily missed because they have nowhere else to go.
Yeah, right.
Like Jim Brenner. If he fell off the earth, nobody would have cared. Nobody would have known.
That's a fact, yes.
Yeah. So those type of people don't have family looking for them. Well, this was a different circumstance. And so they kept pushing and family wanted answers. And that's the only reason we ever heard about this, because this shit happens out there all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's why I think, honestly, and I'm not sticking up for them by any means, but I think that's what, law enforcement, that's why they do their job the way they do, because they're not used to
having to do it.
Yeah, right. So, and it doesn't make it right or good. I'm not like by any means am I making an excuse. I'm just saying like that's it right there. So yeah.
Yep, 100% agree for sure.
So, I mean, I heard you say like when he got killed. So you do truly believe that's what it is.
Oh yeah.
So do I.
Did you ever like at first I thought, of course it's been too much time. At first I really thought maybe Kurt had him in a bunker or something like that. I didn't know, maybe he was hidden underground. Like I didn't know. It just didn't.
I went through that, and I went through that he was somewhere out there. Like you said,
starved to death if somebody didn't find him.
Yeah,
like that's what I was worried about.
And then I went through the they took him out of state and they're holding him somewhere else. And then I went through they threw him on, yeah. And then I went the whole series of caves over there with Ty and all them. I went thinking about that, but then I thought about like, well, Brenner can't even tie his own shoes. He's not going to carry another grown man and throw him in a cave, so that's not going to happen. And then I went through the whole, they put him on the train and he's gone. And I'm still kind of like possibly thinking that could have really actually happened.
Yeah.
I mean,
very well could have. Unless somebody has a wood chipper.
Well, there's that too. And then I was looking around to see, and I hate to say this out loud.
Say it.
But I was looking around and trying to figure out who may have had a pig farm in the area.
Yeah, and I went through that whole scenario too. I did 100%. I thought Kurt's pigs had eaten him.
You know what I mean?
There was so many things like that. What's your last? What have you come to?
Well, the last scenario is I really been stuck on this whole train thing.
Mm-hmm.
And at first, after Candace had talked about the wash, they call it, okay, and I'm thinking, has anybody drugged that, you know? And the way she was talking was that it hadn't happened, but at this point she said it's all dried out, so that's gone. So in my opinion, I'm still kind of stuck with the train because there's no sign of him anywhere. Nothing.
Don't you think the train would have to get somewhere and somebody would find him at that point though?
Maybe, but like,
because the train's just not going to go around.
No. It's gonna stop it. But here's what happens with those trains sometimes. They will, like those cars, they detach and they park them in train yards. Sometimes they'll sit for 5, 10, 15 years before they're relatched again and drugged somewhere else. And you never know like where it ended up either. So he could just be sitting in there and nobody knows, you know, sadly, and nobody knows.
The chances are like a train getting detached. In this case, the trains that they're using through here, which come through Utah, and just happen to put those ones in retirement for a while. Like, what are the chances of that, you think?
I mean, it's probably like 1 in a million, but
well, it's still a chance, though,
it's a it's a very good chance. Well, I wouldn't say 1 in a million, maybe 1 in 1,000. I'll be honest with you, because you know, it happens every day. So there's a very good reason why nobody has seen or heard anything right there. So. And that's what I've been thinking about most lately. That's my pretty much where I'm at with it. I did, you know, when I was talking to Doug one time about it, and I said, what about, like, there's so much open land out there, you know, and there's like the front loaders and different things that are all over the place. Like, what if he's buried somewhere? And
that's what I was thinking.
You know, Doug said I doubt it. He goes, because, or I think I even mentioned it to Candace, and she was like, no, because they would have found it like way long time ago because of the way that they did the grid search and stuff like that. And I'm like, well, okay, that makes sense. So,
but they didn't do a proper grid search. They just
right, that's what I was thinking.
Here and there, people on bikes and stuff. They didn't do a proper grid search.
And the thing is it's so wide open out there and so vast. You know what I mean? Like, you can't.
It's where I camped my whole life. I know that.
Yeah, you can't really.
You can miss one spot in 2 seconds. Like, there's so much of it. You know. Unless a proper grid search would have been done, but I just don't.
Nothing proper was done, so no.
Yeah, it's just odd. It's just really, I don't know. Maybe in the spring he'll come up. I don't know.
Well, there hasn't been any like really snow coverage or any like.
Oh, we got tons of snow.
Oh, is there some snow out there?
Oh, out there too. Yeah. Oh, yeah. A lot.
See, like I didn't know that.
Concrete out there, road base out there right now, and there's a lot of snow.
I didn't know that. I thought that there was, okay. I'm not real familiar with that area.
In Lucin anyway. And then, Lucin and Montello, yeah.
Right.
So, yeah. Yep. All through there, Park Valley's really got quite a bit right now.
Maybe you're right. You know, come spring and if everything thaws out, maybe something will move. Erosion, the ground shifts, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, you know, that's very possible.
Or it buries them deeper.
or somebody. And here's my other thought too.
Okay.
I still don't feel like Jim was in it by himself. Okay. I still think there's at least one other person, possibly two, and I think that he could have been moved. a couple times. Okay.
Yeah.
I think they're kind of like playing follow the leader, and they're playing cat and mouse, and every time somebody goes, they may be moving him around, which is, in my opinion, very, very possible. So, maybe comes spring or whatever, he'll be moved again. All I'm saying is, God bless America. Give these parents their child back. Let them do what they have to do with him and move the hell on,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, really, at this point, I think that's really all that Candace and Justin want, is to have him, to be able to put him to rest, if nothing else.
Especially the family. Yeah, they need, I mean, the whole nation is like captivated by this, and they want the same thing for that family. But when you look at Justin, you look at Candace and how hard she has worked to try to get something to keep his case alive.
Oh yeah.
And just, you can see Justin's heart is just broke. He's just dead inside, just so lost and confused. It seems like, and Dylan, when I talked to Dylan's friend, when I ran into him, he said that he didn't get along with his parents, like especially his mom. Like, he was closer to Justin, which he wasn't very close to Justin, but
yeah,
he was not close with his family. But now that he's gone, of course, his family is like, "Well, oh my God, our baby's gone." And that's what we do. We wait till it's too late, right?
You don't know what you got till it's gone.
If you're close with your kids or not, you're gonna still search like hell.
Exactly. Those are your kids. Period.
Yeah, Justin hadn't even ever been out there until all this happened, because he was against it, So it's just, it breaks my heart, because they need that. And it seems like we become closer to people after they've passed, to some degree. You just understand a lot more. You see things,
because you don't appreciate what you have until you don't have it anymore. So
exactly. And I think that's kind of, there's probably a lot of regret with both of them, how they feel and how they dealt with things. And so I think that's what they need to maybe help them move on, because God, I've even thought about, I thought Brenner had acted alone, which is why nobody was getting the reward money. Nobody was trying to get it, because he acted alone, and he's the only one who has all the secrets, and he's locked up. So I went through that scenario, and I'm thinking maybe he did do this alone. It's so hard to say what people are capable of when adrenaline is in.
Yeah, but I don't think he's smart enough to do it by himself, is my problem. You know what I mean?
He's a drunk old ornery ass man. So I think that in a heat of moment, he probably strangled him, and then he dragged him out, with the front loader or with his truck or something, and scooped him up and did something with him, whatever that may be. But I think he could have totally acted alone.
I mean, it's very possible. Every
scenario is open, right?
Absolutely. There's nothing's off the table with that one either. Nothing, because there is nothing else to be there.
Yeah.
Everything is still on the table with that one. That's what I said with that one too. Forget about it. It's not you can't take nothing off the table with that scenario, because you'll have nothing then, because everything that we have has to stay there.
Mm-hmm. Did you happen to see I know you don't watch Jim Terry, but they just had Ellen and Kurt Wadsworth on there the other night, last week.
No, I didn't see.
We actually got it. They had the video of it. I mean, we seen Kurt. We were talking on the computer with him, and you got to see the demeanor and who Kurt was. And of course, he was drunk and all that. And Ellen was there, and they were both loud at the bar, which is closed. But to actually finally see his face and talk with the man and see what's going on. This is what I got. This is my opinion, truly my opinion about Kurt. He, honest to God, doesn't know where Dylan is, and he's fucking heartbroken. He may deny the fact that maybe they were gay or not or whatever, but even Ty Corbin was there on the phone and asking him questions. They were trying to they're trying to maybe get some peace between each other so they can work together to try to help to find this kid. Rather than being at war. Because if everybody's at war with each other, they all have great ideas and great views. If they come together, my God, they might be able to solve it.
And Jim,
too fucking egotistical to do anything and become peaceful for the greater good.
No,
so,
absolutely.
Yeah. So, but from just seeing and talking with that guy or hearing him talk and the questions asked and stuff, he's crushed. That man is crushed. Yeah. He doesn't know what happened to Dylan, and he wants to find out. That was my opinion. He was torn. He lost his buddy or whatever. So I don't think he had anything to do with it. I really don't.
Okay. Have a great night, Mike. Thanks so much for joining us tonight, brother. Much love to you. Get some sleep, and we will see you tomorrow, my friend. Sorry, go ahead, hon.
You're good. You're good. So, and then when it comes to this Idaho thing, I don't see a bigger suspect than Jackass. I don't see anybody else. It's got to be him.
I tried to look around, and I really was. I tried to look at everybody, okay, but I really do kind of agree with you in that sense. I mean, there was two other people that I was thinking about it at first. What's his name? The other
Jake or Jack or
no. Well, initially Jack, yes. Very, very, very initially. And then I was thinking that it was just a
Ted Bundy.
Well, yeah. I mean, it was very much like that for sure. Like immediately I was like, wow, this has got a big time Bundy feel to it. It was weird, but no, I just thought it was like somebody that we had not seen or heard of, but it definitely was one of the fraternity members. That's a number one for me. Like that was that I could not take my mind off the fraternity, period.
Yeah, they're so secretive as it is.
Right. So, but my number one, we all know who that is, and I can't let that go at all now. There's just too many fingers pointing in certain directions, if you know what I'm saying.
I agree.
It's
why it takes time, right?
Yeah, and it's so weird that I don't understand what I don't understand with this, and it bugs me a lot, is it's like it was premeditated. No, maybe I'm using the wrong word. It's almost like that law enforcement premeditatingly, if that's the right word, cleared him and just like didn't even put him in the bracket with anybody else as far as being possibly questionable. It was just an automatic reflex that he was not included.
Yeah,
they didn't
preemptive.
Yes, that's the word I'm looking for. Thank you. I don't know why I was saying premeditated. Anyway,
I get it. Yeah.
Like they couldn't have looked into him that fast. Because
looked into anybody as fast as they did and cleared him. I
right.
was just shocked.
It was within 24 hours and he was not a suspect. Why? Yes.
Over their eyes.
How though?
Did they ever even question him?
That's what I'm wondering. I don't know. It didn't seem like they had time to.
Yeah, they cleared people way too quick.
Here's my problem with that whole thing. Okay, it took at least 7 to 8 days. Yeah, Breezy, that's who I'm talking about. It took 7 to 8 days to clear the scene, process the whole scene because there was so much.
3 weeks. I thought they barely got done processing it.
Well, I think initially it was like a full week, and then yeah, you're correct with the rest of that because they're still taking, even up to I think it was yesterday or the day before, they were still taking stuff out of the house as far as evidence goes.
Right.
But because of all the blood and all that kind of stuff to clean up everything and process different things, it took at least a minimum of 8 days. Well, he was done, gone, and out way before that.
Right. Yep.
And I want to know how.
They've had to have checked the flight. Well, I think what's good too about the YouTube community is we can raise flags and they pay attention.
Oh yeah.
They're like, okay, so the community's going on with this person right now, so let's look into that. You know what I mean?
And they do that. They do.
Exactly. And so I'm assuming, I would hope, well, the FBI's involved, so I give them a little bit more credit than the law enforcement up there that hasn't had to deal with a murder.
And that's what it is. Don't get me wrong when I say that, and I want to clarify that I am not downing law enforcement in this.
They just haven't had the experience. Like,
yeah,
but
that's what it is.
If the FBI wasn't here, like, then I would be like, they're fucked. Like,
oh yeah.
When you don't have experience because of cases, which is a good thing, you don't have to deal with that stuff.
Well, and that's what
when you do.
That's what I said last week. I said, and I told everybody, I said, you guys, I said, I hate to say this, I said, but after this is over, yes, they'll know how to handle something like this, sadly, but you really never know. Just like me as a firefighter and stuff like that, I went through all the training in the world, just like they do, and all that. And you don't actually get the ability or the reality,
the knowledge,
to do it unless you actually physically encounter it. Well, here we are now, so these guys will be able to handle anything after this. Honestly, I hate to say that, but but you're right. If the FBI wasn't involved, oh my God, you guys, this would have gone cold already.
Oh yeah,
and
thank God for them.
And that's one of the.
I'm hoping they're checking flight records of who's went in, who's went out.
I can guarantee you. Yeah, I guarantee they are. They're on top of it. I think really.
Yeah, and they're just keeping it tight-lipped. I think that too. I really feel like they just don't want to alarm and alert everybody.
Because this is another one that has to be done right the first time. Period.
Yep.
Because if this,
so we can hang him.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes.
And
if
I
this,
think everybody who hurts somebody like that and kills somebody or essays somebody all needs to have it done to them.
That's what I said. I've said that for years. I said if you want to do the crime, then do the time the same way you did the crime. Period.
Exactly. That is your punishment. That's how I feel.
Yep, I agree with you 100% on that one, my dear. I do.
Yeah, it's so sad.
I think that's part of the reason why society has gone insane, because there really is like no consequences. It's so easy to commit a crime these days and get away with it without having to worry about horrible consequences. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And that's why I always thought, back to the religion thing for a second, I always thought religion was something that people had to tell society to keep society under control.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because if they didn't, then oh my God, we're just gonna have a bunch of crazy psychos running around, killing and redoing whatever the hell they want.
Well,
because there's no consequences. So I always figured they had to put the fear in us.
Yep.
Or society as a whole. So by telling us that, then they could keep us under control to some degree, because people would fear consequences. So people are like, oh, I'm gonna burn in hell if I do this. So I always figured religion was something that they, just used to keep fear in the societies, to keep us under control. And I hope there's something after this. I really do, but who knows?
Well, and here's the thing, and I've been saying this. I think I've said it to you guys before. I really truly believe, and this is wholeheartedly, guys, that a lot of this stuff has gone awry, and everything that has started been happening over the past 10 years. Because I'm 48. Most of us in here are anywhere between 35 to 65. Okay. So everybody in that age realm or that age group, when we were in elementary school, we would do the Pledge of Allegiance. A lot of us were praying in school. We had God in school still. And I'm not an overly religious person, guys. I do say I pray. I have faith. Okay. And I do pray personally. I say that a lot, but I'm not like a Bible thumping, whatever you want to call that type of thing. I'm not constantly shoving it down people's throats. But I truly feel that when that disappeared, that the whole world went nuts.
Went to shit, evil.
Yes.
100%
yes.
agree with you there. 100% agree.
Absolutely.
It's so sad anymore. It's scary.
Yeah.
It's sad and it's scary. I 100% agree. That's so true. When they started getting rid of the good old American ways and the heart of America.
Yes.
It's not safe anymore.
They gave, in my opinion, our own, and I shouldn't say it like this, but I probably will and I'm going to anyway, but they gave our freedom as a people away years ago, and we are prisoners in our own lives, in my opinion, if that makes any sense to you guys.
100%, I get that.
Okay.
Yep, I know exactly what you're saying.
So, and I felt like that for years, guys, and I watched my kids grow up, and it's like, my kids grew up, they would go to church, they weren't forced. Me and my wife never went because we didn't have time. Every now and then we would go, and my kids, they wanted to go to church. Now, here's another thing that bugs me too, and I'm going to give you this hard facts, guys, because it's true. When I was in school and you guys were in school and all this stuff, we we learned, we did world history and geography, and they taught about some things that were possibly in the Bible, not really a lot of it, but they did all the histories and stuff like that. Okay. Well, one thing they didn't do though so much was when I was in, at least I don't remember it, they didn't like go into the whole Big Bang theory and evolution so hardcore that they did that with my kids that are in their 20s now. And my kids in turn, most of them don't have that belief in God that a lot of us do, because they believe in that stupid evolution bullshit that I call it, and that there is no God. And it's like that this generation, a lot of them believe that, and it drives me insane.
Yep, string theory.
Yes.
God, yeah.
What?
Yeah,
Why? Why did you?
I have 2 kids that are atheists, and
I have 4. I have 4 out of 7. Okay, and one of them says that he's not. He says, I believe in a God. I just don't know if it's the same one you believe in. And it's like, wow.
The higher power.
Yeah, that's
right?
it.
Yeah, I don't think it's somebody above in the frozen hell and the heaven.
Yeah, and then I
that'd be great, wonderful, but to think that
it bothers me so
that's
bad.
not reality. Yeah.
And I look at these kids and I'm like, so what do you give your like, I've always had to have God in my life somehow, like a faith of some sort, to be able to survive, you guys, to feel good about living. And now that there is, that these kids don't have it, like,
I'm sorry. My husband just burped.
Oh,
I'm on a live show and he ran a.
Are you kidding me? I sit here and do it all the time. I hope you guys don't hear it, but
I know. I'm sorry, you guys. Okay.
no, it's all good. Don't worry about it. It's Kelly on the call, Squirrel.
Okay, so go on. I'm sorry to interrupt. I liked what you were saying.
No. By any means, it's fine. Yeah, I just feel like it's
been sacrificed. Our freedom and
yes,
our morals, values.
Absolutely, 100%. Yes, thank you. Word for word, that's basically what I'm thinking. So, and people kept saying it. They started probably, I'm going to say 20 years ago, maybe 25 years ago, saying that we need to change something. We need to change something. We need to change something.
Yep.
I think it's a little too late now. I really do. It's going to take a real big, which in turn, I really thought that's what COVID was going to do, but it didn't.
No.
I thought COVID
more psychotic.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, and I hate to say this, and God rest everyone's soul that was involved in this, but when 9/11 happened, I really thought, okay, we're going to come back together as a people, and we're going to start to do what we should be doing again. And it really did start to happen. And then everything said, okay, we're cool now, back to the way life was. And it's like, damn it, no.
It's worse than when we started. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Welcome, Lori.
I think the problem is some of the parenting that has happened.
Oh God, yes.
A huge issue as far as people not parenting. They too many kids were born too young.
That's a big one. Yeah.
I'm talking about myself included in this. I'm not.
My wife had her first child when she was 16 years old. I get it.
And I had mine at 18.
Right.
And I wasn't ready. I was a baby myself. And I pray to God, it would have been so much better if I was older, because you have more patience.
Yeah.
You see things. You raise your kid the way you want to be raised and protect them the way they need to protect. I mean, you protect them anyways. But
my first, yes, my oldest was born when I was 18. Okay, with my first wife, and I had 3 kids back to back to back. Okay, well, we skipped a year, but still, boom, 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 and there they were. And I was 21 years old with 3 kids. But
yeah, I was. You know what? I had a 5-year break, and then boom, 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 3 in a row.
Yeah, right. And so then I went on 9.5 years. I divorced the creature that I was married to, and I moved on. And she's a creature. And then I met the love of my life, who had 3 children herself. She had one at 16, and the other 2 that were twins, she had at 19. And then we waited all these years, and we have a 16-year-old now. And I'm telling you right now, there is such a big difference, huge difference, raising him as compared to what we went through with the other ones. You know what I mean? I have so much more patience. I'm so much more mature, so much more level-headed. I can see things for what they really are.
Down. Don't want to go out and party.
Yes.
You're ready to do your daddy duties.
And I wish I would have waited with all of them, because I think things would have been different in a lot of ways for all of them, you know. But
I agree, and I think that's why everybody's saying that the grandkids is where it's at. Like, I never understood why people like grandkids so much, you know. And I don't have grandkids yet, thank God.
oh my God, wait till you do. Wait till you do. I am.
That's when you get to do shit right, right? So
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
Why that's why the grandkid thing is such a big deal, because you finally get to do it right.
Yes. And I am so in awe of my grandchildren, you guys. You guys know that. You see when she comes over here and she, you know what I mean? I mean, I don't, not all you guys maybe not have seen her, but I adore them. And I would have never thought, I'm only 48 years old. When we were younger, and tell me if I'm wrong, when we were younger, our grandparents were in their 60s, right?
Yeah, yeah.
That
60,
was just
65, it seemed like,
right. And
now
like
we're in our 40s.
And I've seen grandparents in their 30s, by the way.
30s. So that's my point right there, is society is fucked up, excuse my language, because of us as parents being so young. And then they're so sensitive. All these kids, you can't spank, and I never did spank my kids, but some of them, I'll tell you what, they needed an ass whooping once in a while. And I'm not talking about just my kids, but some others.
Yeah.
Everybody's.
Yeah.
There comes to a time where they need a good ass whooping.
What happened?
They need a good whooping to kick, to put them in line, and when they get way out of control. My son is he's 6'4". He was running off the hook, and he was still in his grandma's car at 14. And I tried getting him some help, like through the state, to try to see what the hell was going on. He's running with the wrong crowd, all sorts of stuff going on. I can't physically make him go to school. He's 6'4".
And you know what else? You know what else sucks really bad? Because I had one that was like that too. That was out smoking weed, doing whatever he wanted when he wanted. And you know what sucks the worst with that? I literally, I have quite a few friends that are cops. And I called a buddy of mine. I'm like, dude, can you come over here? I said, I did
the same damn
my kid is an ass. And that's what I said. I said, my kid's an asshole. I said, I need you to come over here and like scare him, right? Oh yeah, no problem, man. He comes over, him and his partner both, and they're big guys, right? Yeah. And my son is sitting in the kitchen all cocky and Mr. this, that, and everything else sitting at the table. And he laughed in their faces because he knew there is nothing they can do to him unless
when they have their mind set, it's set.
Well, the law prohibits anybody from touching children. You cannot physically touch them. You cannot do anything to them unless they do something to hurt themselves or somebody else. Right. They can talk to you however the hell they want to.
So I think corporal punishment is a big problem. Why?
Amen.
We have
Amen.
Kids and the young raising of.
Yep.
Because I'm not for hitting our kids, but when they need an ass whooping, they need to be taught. Like there's those circumstances, and now we have all these killers, these things they're entitled to, generation of everything.
Yep. You owe me this and you owe me that, and I ain't gotta do nothing. I ain't gotta do this or that.
Entitled to everything.
The entitlement makes me sick. Yeah, oh my God, the
it's
entitlement.
Disgusting.
It is so bad.
They're just, oh God, I just want to take them by the throat sometimes. But yeah, so I think that's why evil's into this world.
I agree. I agree.
It's our parenting and everything else. Young babies having babies.
Yep. I agree. And there's no guidance. There's no, and I hate to say that because I feel like I raised my kids or tried to the right way, with morals and values and all that stuff. But
I'm glad who they have become today. I can't lie. Like they have become great kids.
And I'm going to say that too. Most, all but two of mine have done very well. I'm very proud of them. And I have to say I'm proud of myself because I did a lot of that. You know, I didn't just sit back and go ahead and go do what you got to do. I'm going to mind my business. You mind yours.
2 or 3 years of hard. I mean, I talked to my one kid for two years because he was a dick and hated me for whatever reason. I have no idea. And just being a piece of shit.
Yep.
So finally, now I have him working for me. I have 2 of my kids working for me.
Good.
And like, it's hard to put on that mom hat and boss hat. Like it gets a little, but I thought it was going to be tougher, but it's still, and then they're of age where they're like your friend too. So you have like 2 hats you're supposed to wear. and it gets a little bit rough. I'm proud. I know they're not going to go out and kill anybody. They have a heart and they have a soul.
That's the main thing.
That's what matters to me. Yeah. But these other people, these gangbangers, these cold, inverted children that are in the back of the classroom plotting everybody's death because they're not.
They have
don't pay attention to what the hell they're doing. They don't pay attention at all. They're not involved.
Well, that's why we have so many, like, mass shooters.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Right there.
And I can.
Bedroom moms and stuff that aren't a part of their child's life. That's important. You have to be involved, especially
and
online these days.
My kids still have. I've never beat my kids. I may have like popped them when they were a little younger on their just like that. You know what I mean? But but my kids also have a fear of me, not a fear, but a respect. Like if they're different things. I'll just put it this way: if one of my kids were to walk up to me and tell me to go F myself, they know that we're going to be standing in the road fighting like men, because you don't do that ever. I didn't even swear in front of my mother, and the worst.
I called my mom a bitch one time and I flew.
No. I said shit when I was like 32 years old in front of my mother, and when I did it, I was like, shit, what did I just do? And my dad was standing there and just looked at me and went, go ahead, deal with that one now. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because we had a respect and a fear of my parents like that they didn't. And my kids, I will say this, I'm very proud of that. They didn't have to have a fear of me because they respected me. They didn't like me all the time. I had to.
I just see what Miss Brandy said. Brandy, that is so good.
That's a fact. That is a fact. And I've taught my kids that too. I said, you know what? I had one that lived with me till he was 25. And I finally looked at him. That was the one that had the drug problem. He got all messed up with meth and this and that. He was trying to come in my house around, at that time, Caden was like 12 or 13. I said, nope, you're done, dude. You are a grown man now. At 25 years old, I had been on my own for 6 years with 3 kids, working 3 jobs. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Where did you get the pass to not live life like we did? And he was like,
how do we change society now? Like, we got to make sure we're on top of raising our grandkids the way they should have been raised.
Yeah.
So we don't have more evil killers in this world.
Right.
And all the bullshit. Like, before we leave this place, we're gonna have to do our part because our kids don't know what the hell to do.
Yeah, and this kid went to school to be a teacher, and here's me. I'm running in and out of burning houses trying to save people, and he's like, well, I don't really want to do this, and I don't give a shit what you want to do.
Yeah.
Go find something.
My son, he's like going all slow at work or helping his dad. He's like, dude, speed it up. Like, get going. You know what I mean? He's like, oh, I like to work at my own pace. He goes, yeah, go to work and tell your boss that.
At your own pace. Yeah, right. That's
your own pace, huh, bud? That ain't gonna fly.
This generation kills me. A lot of them are good. I'll give you that. And there are still some decent parents that are parenting, but you can always tell which kids had shitty ass parents, in my opinion, guys.
Oh yeah,
it's
thank God you can't tell that from my kids. I've always been a hard worker, and that has finally worn off on them.
Right.
It wasn't their dad; it was me. So they've seen what a hard worker mom was, and that I have my own landscaping company. And when I say landscape company, I mean hardcore landscaping. We're not talking doing lawns. We're talking hardcore landscaping.
Rock walls and stuff like that.
Yeah, and so,
oh yeah.
And it is very hard work.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
They get out there and they bust their ass, and I pay them well because they are worth every dime.
Good.
Now, there's those days that they get that body language that just makes you want to smack the shit out of them because it's just says lazy sloth.
Yep.
And you're just like, you better get your shit together, boy. You want to make 20, 25 today. It's your choice. But and so I give them incentive to come to work because I do pay them very well, and they do work hard. And they'll get bonuses too. So there's got to be an incentive. I mean, I'm not going to make them work in that heat doing the things that they're doing while, making $2 an hour because it's just not fair. You got to be paid right. But it's taught them. I've always been a hard worker, so that has rubbed off on them. And now that they are working for me, it's rubbed off even more.
Good.
And I think as long as you are a hard worker in life, you work your ass off, things will
come to you. Yes, it will come to you. That's right.
Because there's so many, and that's with my boys. Now my girls, it's a whole different thing because they want to sit on the computer and be lazy ass. Where this generation basically doesn't know anything about the true value of a hard day's work and sweat of a brow.
Nope.
Like those types of things
Nope.
are not known in this generation. But I have taught that with my 2 sons, because anybody else, and a couple of their friends have jumped on board too, but that's it. Anybody else in that whole generation, they don't know what a true, you know, how good it feels to have a good, hard, physical working day and what it
I'm
feels
lucky.
like.
I'm lucky. I got 3, 4, 5 out of 7. Well, I'm hoping that the young one is that way too, to make 6 out of, well, no, yeah, no, 5 out of 7. He'd make 5 out that really are hard workers. I got one that is a commercial roofer, that does
That's some hard work right
all
there,
day
yeah.
long. Yeah, and then when he gets off work, he's always doing side jobs to make extra money. I have another one that works in a lumber mill building house trusses. That's all day long. And then I got one that works for, she's an IT tech for the Goodyear Corporation. I have one she's going through a midlife crisis at 29 right now. She decided, she worked for a cabinet company, a huge cabinetry company in management, and said she was done and decided she's going to go be a tattoo artist because she's super talented. And I'm like, okay, I mean, just take care of your business. You know, I'm never going to talk any of them out of their dreams, because
whatever they want to do, I am for
Yes.
that 100%.
Yes.
I mean, I will, because they have to make their own mistakes. They have to find what they like. They have to find their own niche. They have to live and experience.
That's
so
it.
They know
That's
what
it.
they want to do. You have to fail. You have to try different things to find what your avenue is.
Right. And she knows.
44, already found my purpose. You know,
Right.
I don't
Yeah.
know
No.
my purpose. I just know what I want to do as career wise. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, it takes a long time my whole life I didn't know what I wanted to be.
Right.
I grew up, you know, I hit my 40s and I'm like, still, I don't know what I want to be when I grow up.
Can you excuse me for 1 second? You don't. All right, sorry. My son put the dog out and then he fell asleep. So I didn't even know he was outside until I heard him yelling for a minute.
Oh, shoot.
Right.
Mendo's blues. Most kids are too entitled, and it all stems from the parents who enable their behaviors. I 100% have to agree with you on that, because when the entitlement thing, it's always with, in my case, I had a kid that lived with his grandma a lot, and she fed him with a silver spoon out of his mouth and into his mouth and everything. They had all the money in the world. And so he had that, I'm too good for that type of attitude. I'm entitled to better things or whatever. Couldn't just appreciate.
With you saying that,
yeah.
you know what gets me? What gets me? I have a child, the son that got into drugs. This theory kills me. He wouldn't get a job for 5 years doing anything, right? And then I sat down one night and I talked to him. I said, "What are you doing? Why?" And you know what he literally told me? He goes, "I'm trying to get a management job."
Oh.
And it reminds me of a movie, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation with Cousin Eddie.
I love Cousin Eddie.
Okay.
Up in his sewer, up in.
Well, yeah, right. Well, when they're walking through the store and he's buying all the damn dog food and he's talking to Eddie and he's like, "I've been holding out for a management position." I about pissed myself laughing when he said that. I said, "Son, you don't just go into a management position. You work your way up the ladder." He goes, "Well, you were in this and you did that and you got all the..." No, kid, it don't work that way.
No, it's experience and climbing that ladder. Yep, that corporate ladder. And that's one thing, like with my one son come on, they had no experience. And well, they both had no experience, but one's a lot more intelligent when it comes to detail and thinking and methodically planning.
Amen, Star.
And you know, the blueprints and all that. He knows how to do all that. Where my other son is like more of the tough, the big, you know, the big one who it has the muscle and stuff. And so, I can't. He wanted to come in expecting that he's going to get top dollar right off. I'm like, no, you have to work your way up.
Yeah, right. You don't. You start at the bottom and come up.
$35 an hour because he's about my age and he knows his stuff. You know, I've sent him to classes and schooling for sprinklers and all these types of things. And so, if you want to go get an education or further your education, I will more than happy pay you more. You know, or you put in the time to climb that ladder. It's not just
he'll be able,
you're on it.
Right, in 20 years, he'll be able to maybe take that over for you, so you can take
exactly.
Yep, exactly.
So I guess we just plant our seed, and I just hope people plant better seeds. And I'm gonna sure get my grandkids on the right path and not hopefully make them murderers and killers and evil and all that stuff. I just don't.
There's so much of it.
That side of the world. I just don't get it. It's like it's just a reaction anymore, and then because they think they're maybe in a video game and they get these lives and respawn
and that's that's another
trend or whatever the hell they're
that is another thing. You are absolutely correct. I heard a conversation between two 12-year-old kids one time about 5-6 years ago, and they were talking about how miserable their lives were and how it would be so great to be able to live like they do in the video games. And I'm thinking, like, this is a problem. This is a huge problem.
Yep.
These kids are living, vicariously through their fucking excuse my language, video games. And they're thinking it's a reality now, you guys. It's so seriously bad now. It's like, oh my God.
It's so true. It's so true. They're not out riding their bikes in the neighborhoods with the kids out playing outside. They're behind them screens watching violent shit, you know?
And that's what I said too. That was another thing. I was going to say it earlier. Like back in that's another thing that's wrong with these kids is back in our day. I've said this before, like in the summertime, I was never home. I was out from the sun up until sundown.
And then I was sleeping outside.
Oh yeah, we camped and we did all sorts of stuff
with my friends.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was a little safer to do it then, but still. Yeah, I like that too. Respawn. That's hilarious. But when we would be out in the neighborhood, if we weren't on our best behavior, the neighbors would deal with us, and then we'd go home and we'd still get in trouble at home. And it's not like that nowadays because you can't speak to other people's kids like that anymore, because you get sued or you offended somebody or you know what I mean? And other people don't care about your kids anymore either.
Nope.
So, I will say this, like my neighborhood, the area I'm in, like everybody kind of does watch out for each other. But for the longest time, when I was still living in the city area, everybody minds their own business and don't want to be bothered. And if you bother them, they think you're weird. So it's like,
you wait for somebody, they're like, oh my God, he's probably stalking me.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
It's like waving to me, oh my God, he's gonna kill me. Like that's before you used to wave friendly, people were friendly. I lived out in the country my whole life, and that's what you do. You wave, you help the neighbor, you know what I mean? And it's just people are taken off by it.
Yep.
But one thing that pisses me off more than anything is when you hold the door, because it's common courtesy, okay?
Yep.
For somebody, you hold that door open and they don't say a fucking word.
Nope, they walk right past you.
It's just expected. Oh, I want to turn around and just
walk. Nobody. I was just talking about that the other day about how my kids all have that. They all have manners that, they have yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. They hold doors. They open doors. I mean, that was one of the hugest things that I taught my kids, and I don't see it anywhere. I really don't. It's sad.
I don't think anything will piss me off more than somebody not saying thank you when you hold the door open. Because that happens a lot. You think it would just be a natural reaction, and sadly it's not.
Well, people don't even say the word thank you for anything anymore.
I'll jump in their throat.
That's where you're right, and that's where that entitlement comes in.
Yeah, it's going to take all of us to change the world, because it is so dysfunctional now. We have to start with our grandbabies if we can't get it into your kids. Just because it's so much evil in the world. It's so sad.
Well, it's going to take more than a village now. It's going to take the whole world, period. So.
Exactly. Remember that big old commercial where they were all singing, I like the world.
Yes.
Remember that?
We are the world, hands across America. What happened to all of that? You know, everybody hates each other now.
It's gone.
It's sad. It's so sad.
So sad. Well, we've talked about everything tonight.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what happens in here sometimes.
That's what I love.
Well, I'm glad that you guys do appreciate it. I mean, I'm wide open, and so is Lisa. You know, we can get on one topic and go to another one. I wish you'd have been here tonight. It was a good stream. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was. It was very informative. I love hearing feedback and people's opinions on everything.
And like I said, I try my very, very best, you guys. I promise you I do, to bring you as much.
You don't dare apologize, or I'm going to smack the shit out of you right now. You do enough. You do so much, and we thank you for that. Don't even apologize.
Well,
I will smack the
I
shit
hope.
out of you.
I hope it is enough. That's my problem. Sometimes I feel like I'm not bringing you the, enough of what I'm trying to.
Oh, you do great. You do great. You take some time for you, and don't always be stuck behind that computer trying to find us new info. You still need to take your time.
Well, yeah, well,
Thank you.
that's,
Yeah,
you tell my notebooks and my pens that and see what they say.
Yeah, you so good. I appreciate all you do, because it takes work. I know.
I put in a lot. I do. I don't even realize it sometimes. Sometimes I'll be sitting here, and I'll look over, and my wife has been home for 3 hours, and she's like, "Hey," and I'm like, "Oh, hey, how are you?" And she's like, "You good?" And I'm like, "Yeah."
When we can get lost and do it ourselves as well. So,
Right.
Yep, I get that.
So, but I'm glad to hear that. I appreciate that, Kelly. I really do.
Very much, very much. Be sure and take time for yourself, for sure, and your family. So, and when things come out and you can get them to us, we appreciate you. We'll be here.
Well, I've been these past 2 weeks, like this is like I've been rolling hard on this one, and I've been pulling everything and anything I can. So
we appreciate it very much. You have.
Well, I'm glad. I thank you guys for that. I do.
Yeah. Or, oh, you little shit. Damn cat. Get upstairs. Oh, you little shit. This little kitten is giving me a run for my money. I'll tell you what. Come on.
They're good for that.
I have too many damn animals.
There's nothing wrong with that. They need love.
Oh, I know. And I saved them all from the streets or the field starving, or almost hit them with my car. They're all babies, bottle fed.
Well, good for you. Good. I'm glad. My daughter does the same thing. I think I told some of you guys that she has 13 cats.
I have 5 or 6. I have 6 again because I had to put one down, and then this little shit ran in front of my tires this summer. We almost ran him over on a job, or going to a job, and he's a Siamese, and then I have a Siamese that has a broken back, and they said 99% of the time they have to be put down. And I scoured the fields trying to find him for days and days. I couldn't find him, and I just knew he wasn't dead because I knew the coyotes didn't get him. There was no sign, and my husband's like, "You got to let him go. He's gone." And I'm like, I don't believe that, and I never gave up, and he showed up finally, and with a broken back. And when I took him to the doctor, he said 99% of the time they have to be put down. It's like this.
Yeah.
Let's see. Go to the bathroom. He's not in pain. That little son of a bitch is climbing trees, going over fences. I seen the X-rays. Like he said, he's a medical phenomenon.
Wow.
And he's totally all the medical books. He says he's got to be in them. This is like a true medical phenomenon. He's amazing. So
good for him. Good.
Yeah. So he's definitely had his 9 lives. I think what happened is he fell out of a tree and hit it and broke his back. But he's awesome. And then anything that's like drowning in my pool, I'm out there saving.
Yes.
It's dying and struggling.
I get it.
Butterflies or anything that's drowning in my pool, I'm out there trying to scoop it out.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Holy hell!
I can't. Talking to you guys, and
absolutely.
We absolutely love everything you do for us, and thank you very much. Tell your wife hello.
I will do that, and I appreciate that again. I appreciate you guys. I know you guys know that. I say it enough.
Yes.
I love you guys to death. You guys are amazing, and I appreciate the way you guys treat me, and the things you guys do for me, and the respect you guys show me. I really, really do, guys. I do more than you know. So.
I just love this place because everybody can speak about whatever they need to.
Yes.
And there's no judgment. Like everybody is so mature and adult minded, and open, minded, where we can actually talk and have different values or opinion, or not values, different opinions and different thoughts, and there's no judgment. Nobody's cursing each other or thinking down about one another. We just
I have. You can ask Star. Star's one of the originals that has been here. I tried very hard and fought hard to make sure that this stream was like that, and that was the whole point in it from day one. And I had to weed people out and change some things up and do this and do that, and here we are. And I'm very, very proud of everyone and this entire community that it has become the way it is. And I just, if it grows, it grows. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But as long as it's,
is that selfish of me for not wanting it to grow?
no, because a lot of people don't. I even said I'm perfectly fine with who I have here. If more people want to come, as long as those people fit, then you're welcome. But
awesome.
If not, then it just doesn't happen. So
it's been a safe place, and that's so important these days.
Yeah, and that's what I've tried to keep it as since I started in February, and I'm going to continue that for as long as I possibly can.
Yeah, right, you will. No, we love you and appreciate this place so much. You made a great place for everybody here, Dago, for sure.
And I thank you for that. I do. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, it's true, and we appreciate you. So, thank you, everybody, and I will let you guys go. I've got to do some stuff before bed myself, and maybe see my husband before he goes to work.
Yeah, I just realized it's 1:45 a.m. here. I'm going to need to go to bed. So.
Yeah, go to bed. See, here it's only 10:49.
Right. Yeah, I didn't even realize what time it was. I start going and I don't even. We did 6 hours the other day, and it's like, holy shit.
I seen that. I was like, what?
Yeah.
Like an 8-hour job.
I had some people come in and out of here and are like, "You're still live," and I'm like, "Yep, we're here." So.
Well, I enjoyed the time we get to spend with you guys. So.
Absolutely, and I love it too. So thank you so much, Kelly, for calling again. It's great to hear your voice. And I will see you hopefully sometime tomorrow, maybe.
Yes, maybe.
All right.
See you, hon.
Yes, ma'am. Have a great night.
You too.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Miss Kelly. I appreciate that, Star, and Miss Brandy. I really do. I love you guys to death. But guys, I hate to say this, but I really do need to bring it down now. I didn't realize it was going on 2:00 in the morning. This is why I don't do late streams sometimes, because I end up going all night. So everybody that's here, everybody that was here, I appreciate you guys being here and putting up with me and all of my crazy Idaho info, I guess we call it. So you guys, once again, thank you so much, guys, for being who you are. I love you guys, every one of you guys, for everything you do for my channel, for me. You guys are the best people in the world. I love you to death. I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your night. I will see you guys sometime tomorrow, late morning, probably. Besides that, do me a favor, guys. Don't change who you are. And don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, because that's all we got, everybody. And I will see you soon. Good night.